I'll start with the introduction. So Sarang Katsai is an expert cybersecurity professional with more than 10 years of IT security domain experience across various industries, primarily from financial institutions, with a rich experience in managing and handling cloud security projects with the global top 500 clients. He has completed his bachelor's in computer science from Nagpur University, where he was ranked the fifth position. Master of Science in Advanced Software Technology from International Institute of Information Technology. Then he had done his master's in Information Technology Security from the University of Ontario Institute of Technology, Canada. He was the Chief Manager Cybersecurity and acted as an executive leader, cyber SME, and product owner at ICICI Prudential Life Insurance India. At present, he is the senior AI consultant with the leading roles such as cybersecurity SME, project manager, and security architect at Deloitte LLP, Canada. He is a certified information systems auditor and a certified risk and information systems control and a certified ethical hacker. So we welcome you, Sarang. And I also take this opportunity to welcome all the other guests, Dr. Nair, Ms. Sabah Ali, Ms. Tejaswi Jha, and all the dignitaries present. Welcome you all. I kindly request Sarang to start his presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words, and it's always a pleasure for me to present. If anyone can assign me a host, right? I can't share content right now. Or you can present there from your side, it will be perfect.
Yeah, you are the host now. You can continue.
Just one second. Still not getting the share content option.
Hello. Hello. Sarang sir, you had joined with two different devices.
Yeah, can you please cancel the other one, which is mute?
Okay, fine. Vijay sir, can we please assign the other one as a host? Vijay sir?
Yeah, now, yeah, I can share now. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. I hope my screen is visible at their end.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible. Sarang sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Here's Vijay.
Hey, hi. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Let me just. Okay. Yeah, we are good, I believe. And then let me just start this. Okay, a very good morning, all of you. And I'm sorry for the hiccups. It's always happened with the online world. And thank you, Suruchi ma'am. And it's always a pleasure to see you. And Amina ma'am, I can see your name as well. I hope you're all doing good. And it was my privilege and honor all the time to speak in front of a eminent speakers and as well as the lot of young minds who's actually going to be a future of India as well as future of the world. As Suruchi has already given a brief introduction about myself, I don't want to talk much about, but I really wanted to talk about the disclaimer which I'm saying today because I'm associated with one of the leading organizations in the world, and I don't want to force my views to their views. So the views I'm expressing today is actually mine. My organization do not have any say on that what I'm expressing today, and the content which I prepare is most on the public domain. So the idea is to give a more cybersecurity knowledge to all the impacted people around here, and then try to create those knowledge base around it. So let's start with the slides. As I said, ma'am has already given explanation, but I'm going to quickly. I started my career as a management trainee in 2009 after I complete my first master's, and been with the organization for almost 3.5 years. And I've been a proud associated with ICISI Potential for so long. When I left in 2017 for my next venture, which is in Canada, I was heading the cybersecurity IT assurance practice and was reporting the audit committee as well as the executive board and the company. And now I came to Canada, and then I did my second master's, and a part of the senior AI consultant, and I'm working with my multiple solutions which involve cyber AI, cyber suits, T-Tracks, which is one of the product we also have the life cycle of the legal systems and all. So this is the brief introduction about it, and today's agenda we're going to cover upon why cybersecurity and what are the different aspects of cybersecurity on the data privacy aspect, and some of the mitigations and how the AI is actually changing the different ball altogether in terms of in terms of security framework, in terms of how the AI is actually being a part of changing the regular process into more advanced way to it. So I try to keep it more generic, and I know that based on the audience, I don't want it to be pretty advanced in those aspects, but I hope you will like this session. So what exactly has changed in this pandemic, and we all still going through this entire flow, is apart from the need of a medical professional in this world, there is also a boom which we have seen where the business has actually been required to move ahead in a digital world. What does that mean basically? There's a lot of organizations which were not considering a digital as platform for their selling, they need to move it. And because of everything went digital, the transaction volume on the surface has actually been significantly increased, and which actually create a surge in terms of digital transformation, and which not only created challenges for the organizations, but also the opportunity for the people like us who's been protecting those cyber assets to it. So before I dive to, I know I have only 30 minutes to talk about today, but I'll be very concise to that. But as a cybersecurity as a concept is actually a very niche concept in terms of how you actually apply. So let's consider you have a home, and home is nothing but your system or assets, right? And how do you protect that home? You probably install gate, which we call firewalls, right? And you call it CCTV, which is we call it IDS, IPS in our networking language, right? Because you wanted to see who is coming to your house. You want to ensure your house has been built in such a way that nobody breach in that particular house to it, right? So these are the basic concept around cyber security as a system, and then how do you apply cybersecurity to it? As a global standpoint, and this is one of the famous senator in US has actually said that the next Pearl Harbor has actually been anticipated by the cyber attack, and we actually seen in nowadays that what is the value of protecting your information, what is the value of securing your systems, and how it is important to ensure that your system has been protected all the time, right? And I like this website, and I know there are a lot of students actually joined this webinar and session today, and this is a very good website which I personally follow. Is basically it gives you idea about what's happening all around the world at the same day. So if you see this chart, and you can actually Google it side by side if you want, it basically gives you idea about, if you see this, I have taken like one big probably back. We talk about like 266 million attacks are happening on the day itself, and they also talked about what are different types of industry they are targeting. They're targeting education, distribution, government, and what kind of different attacks which has actually been a part of all those the threats which has been conducted. So we have backdoors as one of those, and it also gives you the length. So if you see the 266 million, it's a huge amount, right? And in order to breach that particular limit, you need to ensure that your systems has been protected all the time. And what is that mean to the organization is basically it's actually going to cause like a 3 trillion kind of economic impact across different entities. And it has been one of the study which has been conducted by Security Ventures, which talks about that by 2021, it's a 6 trillion impact on those because of the crime which has been increasing on the cyber domain, right? So with this kind of volume, it actually create a different role as well as different aspect of cybersecurity by which you need to ensure that although your security posture has been properly been protected to it. So you must be wondering who actually does this kind of actually attack, right? So there are, I mean, in a cybersecurity term, we actually call like a different, we classify basically who is actually doing. So there are different terminology which we use for. One is the government-sponsored attack, and you heard all the time and in the news dailies and other stuff, right? They're saying that there are government-sponsored attack which is happening. When I say government-sponsored, basically attacks which is, let's say, China is one of the eminent example of where people see there a lot of traffic or even North Korea is one of these nation where you actually see a lot of traffic coming from those sources and which has been backed by some of the state-sponsored attack to it. Then there's the organization crime, which we call it as a terminology, which is basically you have certain set of groups who actually target certain set of, let's say, industry. So, for example, like banking is one of the industry, insurance one of the industry, and now with COVID happening all around the world, they're actually targeting the laboratories who's actually preparing those important vaccine information and also that. So this organization crime actually try to get into those kind of elements and try to get those information back to it. And there is a third category called hacktivists. Again, the hacktivists actually meant to disrupt something. So you might have seen some country attack another country, and then the another country people actually try to deface some other websites and try to create a noise in these different domains by which it disrupts the normal atmosphere of this country. And then the fourth category is called insider threat. Basically, insider threat can be any employee who is actually causing or conducting some sort of attack to it. So these are the 4 to 5 categories which we actually consider as a part of as a threat actor to it. So what basically it entails it gives, as I said, right, the intent is to get customer information, financial information. You try to get a customer password, and obviously there are different way of the type of attack which you do, like a phishing is one of the example. Phishing is a very simple example because you receive every single day a call from someone asking about your PIN or debit card PIN or something. These are something which are like called a social engineering attacks. Phishing is where you get the SMS and you ask to try to click on this link and you'll get 100 crores or something like 1 million in your account, which is one of the phishing attacks. So never click on those links because nothing is free in this world, and you will not get anything in your account by just sending back to Bob saying that, hey Bob, you got a lottery, but actually nothing comes from a custom. So never ever actually try to give your information to any of those threads. Never ever click on any link until it's so legitimate. And now the attack is so legitimate, you can't even recognize the fact that that they are actually coming from a very disruptive source. So one of the recent attack I haven't seen in one of my friend received an email from a job website because he was applying on a LinkedIn or some different domain, right? And he actually received an email saying that, you applied for this job location and then you download that particular file. The moment you actually download that particular file, it creates a malware which allows the persons to steal something. And then they can get the access to those computers to it. So these are a different way the attacker can actually do a cyber attack on the different assets and the domain to it. Okay. So I broadly actually touched upon different types of attacks which normally caused right now. And I kind of spoke this in my previous section as well, but I just wanted to touch upon this is very key right now. One is, first of all, the disinformation of the social media, right? And we always say that never trust anyone WhatsApp message because you don't know what is the source of that message, right? Until unless it looks like a true person sending you, but until it's not been verified. And this is a very good recent implementation done by Twitter, especially when the US election happening right now, and you also know that there's a new government forming in US. So Twitter, what exactly does it? So whenever somebody put any kind of a disinformation on the Twitter account, they actually verify whether the claim made by the person is actually true or not. And if they found out that in the background, if the claim is incorrect and somebody's already disputed that claim, they actually start putting a line in the bottom of that particular tweet and asking actually user to verify the source from different angles, so that it's actually kind of a very good initiative which is done by social media giants, because that's where they actually can actually contribute in a very real information rather than being very fake to it. Cloud vulnerabilities, again, as I said, everything we never thought in when I studied in 2000, I believe, 4 Raisoni to 7, I never thought what is cloud computing at that time. But today, cloud computing is actually being a part of our day-to-day regular life. Even the WebEx which you're hosting is hosted on Cisco's cloud server. The Gmail which I've accessed just now is actually hosted on one of the Google cloud server to it. But what happened when you host everything on a cloud? So you need to ensure that cloud, and as a cloud, it actually has a different layer of it. When we call as a different models like platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, and then you need to ensure that in that 3 models, whenever you actually putting your system or asset in those cloud environment, you need to also patch those environment very well. Otherwise, the risk associated with the cloud environment will actually going to impact your asset which you have been deployed or the application which you deployed to it. The third interesting part, and I'm going to touch upon very quickly on this, it's an AI-powered cyber attack. And this is very, very interesting because initially when we learn about the cyber attack, you actually do. And so there are different steps by which you can actually perform a cyber attack on any steps. And this one is called a reconnaissance. Basically, you actually understand what is the attack surface of that particular asset, and then try to gain information about what the kind of attack you can perform. For example, if you do a network scan, you actually can identify what are different ports which are open on the firewalls, what response I'm getting to it. So AI-powered cyber attacks is a very giant, and which is really happening all around the world, right? Basically, they try to understand through their different machine learning algorithm and understand what kind of a pattern a system can create so that they can breach the system, and which is very positive as well as negative, because positive in terms of we're also building a solution which can protect from those kind of things, but the negative is because they have a lot of variations by which they can create it. So you can't just protect. When I say that we can protect 100% or 100% is actually false in this world. You cannot protect your system 100%. You can always try to ensure that you be at least a bare minimum requirement of protecting that asset to it. And the fourth part is the implicit data usage, basically, and I can cover in my one of the example, which is latestly one of the trending news in US. Basically, the Department of Justice in US has actually launched an antitrust claim on Google, saying that you've been empowering the 80% of the search result on the web. So I can talk about that one as a part of the data privacy to it. So this is another powerful US member, and he said that obviously he talks about like how exactly your privacy has been used by corporate media as well as the world. Which is, so example, imagine if you've been asked to put your PII information, which is personal identifier information, like that easily, and how exactly they've been using it, right? So on that front, basically, you have an opportunity to get this kind of attacks where you breach of those information is actually being done by different entities. Example, one of the recent example we have seen in Facebook, right, which actually compromise more than 419 million of records, right? So which is one of the concerning part, because your information on Facebook, if you put it like a public and it's actually been there, right? People can steal your identity, and I have seen various examples where people create a fake account and then try to one of the recent story which says that people trying to manipulate and the tweets, people try to use this information to gain something which out of those personal informations to it. So that's something which is data privacy, which is also one of the concern which underlying as a part of cybersecurity. And this beautiful chart can actually gives you, and you can actually search on Google, and it actually talks about how different types of cyber attacks has happened and what kind of data breach actually been entitled to it. And I was talking about the Google's the antitrust case over the search dominance is basically, as I said, and I'm sure you can actually correlate it with your regular life. Imagine you just search on your Google browser. Let's say you wanted to buy a property, which I was looking, let's say 1 week back. And ultimately, actually, when I opened my Instagram account, it started showing me a different listing on my saying, oh, there's a property in Toronto, there's a property in, let's say, a different part of Toronto, right? But how do they actually know that how does Facebook know that I was searching Google? So there's a cross collaboration happens between different companies, and they try to sell your information in a different way so that they can provide you this kind of recommendation, but at the same time, your privacy is also compromised, because you never ever thought that whatever you're actually searching on Google actually going back to your Facebook or Instagram account to it. So this is a very and perfect example of why people are actually getting more precautions about data privacy, and it's a very strong issue, because imagine it can steal your identity, it can fake your identity, and I have seen a lot of cases where people, example like your relatives, start asking you money, and by sending you just a message saying that I'm stuck in, let's say, London, and then I say I wanted to have, let's say, urgent requirement because I just lost my wallet or something, or card or something, and then you, without even looking into it, whether that person is your person, a real person, you actually transfer the amount to this account. And this is exactly which has happened. And being a search dominance is also one of the concern, because it actually give you a concern around how your information is floating around different entities and how this information been used to it. So we talked about cybersecurity as a whole, and we also talked about what different type of cyber attacks. And let's talk about the fundamental concept of like mitigation strategies. So how do you protect? So now we talked about most of the bad examples. Now we're talking about what as a cybersecurity professional you actually going to apply. So you put a secure DevOps, and this is a very emerging concept where you have a DevOps process, which is the development as well as operations, and you try to integrate your security channels. For example, whenever you're developing your code, ensuring that your bugs has been fixed before it goes to production, and before you start even searching, even deploying that particular application to the production environment to it. So these are a different way by which you need to ensure that as part of your SDLC process, you actually try to integrate a different security component into it and try to ensure that the lesser vulnerability has been identified by the end of the cycle to it. Second important aspect is the AI-powered solutions. As I spoke earlier, that there is a bad actor who's trying to hack your system, and there's a good guy who actually build a system which actually ensure that whenever somebody is coming to my environment, so what's happening in this space is basically using a ML related algorithm. There is a different research which is happening around the world to gain some kind of security framework or some sorts of solution, which is like, for example, a SIM solution or a solution which can go and recommend certain controls. For example, you have seen a certain traffic coming from XYZ IP for let's say for last 10 minutes, and then you identify that particular source IP is trying to create a DDoS attack in your environment. So you try to start blocking that IP. So this kind of learning coming from a different security inputs and try to gain you a more knowledgeable AI-powered solution to it. Last, third important aspect is the building system resiliency. And as I said earlier, right, even today, I can't say that even nobody in a cyberspace say that they are 100% secure, right? Because there is always a gap which is open, and that's why you need to build a system resiliency in your environment. And being a cloud developed application and the cloud infrastructure being a primary vital of this entire stuff, you need to build the resiliency in the environment, by which means that in case the system crash example, the minimum example I can give is the ransomware attack. Imagine like someone hit the ransomware attack in your organization, and then if you don't have a backup, right, you end up paying that person a money because you don't want to lose the data. But imagine if you have a backup, you probably say, okay, fine, you actually capture our system and you encrypted our system, and even if you don't decrypt, you're just going to format the system and we have a backup by to store it. So resilience is very, very important to it. And the fourth important aspect is the how do you actually protect a data privacy in an environment? So that's why we need explicit privacy controls and the regulation. So regulation can be a GDPR, which is happening in EU and Canada. We have IPDA as one of the Privacy Act, which governs certain rules like say consenting of this information, proper clear information that what information they are collecting, which third party they're actually storing this information, and how this information is flowing all around the world, so that you have certain controls in such a way that you actually know that there's certain information which you've flown, but what context of information actually flown to it. So it's a combination of both, which is again evolving field, and then the implication of this, and we have seen in the various cases in after GDPR was applied, and there was various entities got fined because they not properly implemented the regulations to it. So these are the different mitigation strategies which is then used across the world, and there are a lot of things are moving. And again, this is a 4 main pillar mitigation strategy to it. So to summarize, as I said earlier, right, no matter what you do is, you need to ensure that your password has been strongly been protected. Imagine, and I'm sure that I don't want to make fun of the password which we received, but normally you don't put a password as password 1 as your password, because that's one of the leakest password in the world. And then also you need to ensure that whenever you put a security questions in any websites or anything, don't put something which people already know it. So this particular character in this picture it can show is that the friend knows that what's your dog name, right? So if you put a dog name which already known to everybody as your security question answer, then everybody who knows you will easily get into the system account, right? For example, if I start putting my security question as where I was born, if I put Nagpur as my city location as the answer, then everybody who knows me probably knows the answer, right? So I will never do that as a security question, and as a best practice, you should also never do that. So that's why, and the best way you actually can, as a cybersecurity opinion, is basically you create a song, and then you can choose one first word of that song with the combination of alphanumeric characters and just create that thing. That's why first thing you will remember that song, and then you know that the password is not very guessable to it. So it's the combination of all the aspects. So I'm sure that after this, watching this particular thing, you probably be putting a very strong security practice to it. And lastly, I know there are a lot of students actually been part of this wonderful session. The cyber skill set demand is pretty higher, and it's been growing, and there was a deficit this year. And as I said, like AI is now empowering cybersecurity in different way. So we also have a requirement where you actually being a cyber data scientist coming up, who's actually playing a role of a data scientist with a cyber domain to it. So I guess this is something which is very emerging. And if anybody want to really differentiate in their career, would definitely choose cybersecurity and the AI as one of the trending job market area, and it's a very high paid job. Believe me, in Canada and US, it's actually been paid in very heavily in terms of at the entry level itself. So those who are actually looking to make their career in this IT world, choose the career which actually can give you a more trending and a more edge towards the normal thing. And yeah, I mean, that's it. And my always suggestion to all of them that you need to dream big. Without a dream, you actually cannot achieve in your life. And my career is one of this, and I am fortunate to my wonderful professor who's actually been part of the session to giving me that foundation to speak in front of today. And thank you so much, and being a very awesome audience. And this is my LinkedIn account. And my name is pretty unique in nature, and you can search me. I'm pretty helpful to anyone who's connected me on LinkedIn, and I can answer your questions, any doubt or something which you need to add. So thank you so much for having me here. And I'm glad that Toronto is now 11:49 p.m. And I'm happy to take a couple of questions. I hope this session sounds suitable to you.
The attendees can put up the questions in the chat box. If anybody has any questions. Hello, Amina ma'am, can I ask one? Yeah, please go ahead. Good morning, Sarah.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You had mentioned one point wherein we can work as cybersecurity experts and also for cybersecurity laws. Can you please elaborate on this point, on what front we have to go with the cybersecurity laws as the job profile for our students?
Oh,
what
okay.
They can do?
See, cyber laws are, so there are different aspects of cybersecurity we need to actually consider. One aspect is cyber laws, which we have in India, right? There's a different studies which we normally do in India, which is diploma in cyber laws and something, which is predominantly specific focus on making learning around the legal laws, and then how do you apply into this world. But if you are a technical expert, like coming from a technology background, you can actually be a privacy expert. So data privacy is one of the things, and I told that a lot of regulation has come up right now, India as well as different all across the world. They call for data privacy experts, which understand cybersecurity as a one of the domain, and then make it. And it's pretty heavily paid and pretty trending job profile in the market, where they've been looking for hiring people who understand privacy as a whole, as a concept to it. So I guess as a start of the people, I mean, the student, they can actually look for, after completing their graduation, go for something which as a parallel, if they are interested to understand more from a cyber laws. And believe me, it's not very difficult laws in India. We actually can understand that pretty much in one of the sessions. But to have that implemented as a part of legal experts or something, you need to acquire some sort of a degree to be an advocate or a track by which you can represent that case to in a given feature to it. I hope that answers your queries, ma'am.
Yes, sir. There is a question from our participant, Ms. Samiksha Pashulekar. He had asked whether you need to go for masters in cybersecurity or masters in AI. Which field is better?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So that's a good question. I mean, it's totally depend upon what kind of a pursue they want to do it. So example, AI is a very niche concept in terms of you applying certain algorithm or machine learning languages on top of that concept, right? That concept can be anything. So today, example, I know there are a lot of eminent speaker who's going to speak about ML and as well as data science to it, but it's all about, first of all, you need to understand the concept well. So if your foundation is not well, you cannot apply that ML concept. So I remember in way back in 2004 or 5, I mean, I'm actually taught us Fox Pro, and which was the first, I believe, the first learning lesson of AI which I got at that particular time. But if you don't know the process well, how do you actually apply that ML concept, for example? So I've been a part of the product cycle which will work around NLP as a language, right? But you apply natural language processing on what? So you need to understand, first of all, your foundation. And then on that foundation, you can apply this technology, right? And then example, let's say you wanted to build a machine algorithm to recognize, for example, my image today, whether what kind of feature that particular person is, right? So that is the foundation you can actually apply on top of that thing. So to go back to with AI or cybersecurity, they now today is going hand in hand. So you need to first understand concept as a fundamental concept, and on top of that, you actually need to brush up your programming skills so that if you wanted to be a techno-functional kind of a role, you can be a part of it. And today, believe me, even if I was not liking of coding at that particular time, I need to learn something every single day so that I'll be updated about it. So it's a very trending, and you need to ensure that you brush up all your skills every single day. So first of all, as at the graduation level, we don't expect people to be a very master, right? They need to first of all clear their foundation, and if they think that they can be a direct fit to any cybersecurity kind of job profile or something, they can actually look for a master in cybersecurity. But at the same time, now the university which I did my second master in Canada provides cybersecurity and AI as a two component altogether. So I believe as a combination of two, having that similar project will give a leverage to you and in that particular domain. And you can happy to ask me any other questions on the LinkedIn if you have it on that. Any other questions?
Thank you, Sarang. I hope Samiksha, Shraddha, Kanak, you all have got your answers. And he has also told me. Okay. Thank you so much. Over to you, Amina ma'am.
Sarang sir, I have a question.
Oh, thank you.
Sarang sir, Vijay here. Sarang sir, some of our students from final year, that is belongs to BSc IT and BCA, are wanted to learn higher studies from abroad for like MCA and MBA. So they are having a one query that is always there, that is it safe to learn higher studies from abroad? That is the biggest question they have.
You're saying from Canada or any country? Yeah. I mean, first of all, as I said, like before you wanted to expand your wing, you need to ensure that your roots are pretty strong, right? And I've seen if you spending like 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs in India, if you spend in countries like Canada, which is actually immigration supporting country, and what I mean by that is basically they help you to go with the journey of a student and a worker and then a permanent resident. So it will be great to take that as a call, because if you're looking, because imagine if you're spending like 25 lakhs in India in another MBA college, but if you're not getting a 2 lakh job there, that's the biggest problem, right? So if you have a capacity by which you go by like more than 15 lakhs or something to the outside of India, you also need to look into which country actually you're going, right? If you go to countries like US, where they have had very bad issues with the H1B, right, last time. So you need to consider which country they are going and what kind of prospect they have in those countries, right, before they decide to move it. So I guess Canada is a good country for the future immigration perspective. Other countries like Ireland also offers pretty good master's programs, and it allows you to study for work for 2 years to 3 years to there. So I guess there's a combination you need to ensure that before you choose to go outside of India.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
I think you were wonderful as usual. I remember Sarang as one of our best and favorite students. I mean, he's one person who's always kept in touch, and I mean, I mean, I really am proud of you, Sarang. And the fact that
it's always pleasure and honor for me, ma'am. In front of, whenever I see you and Suruchi, man, obviously it reminds me of my 2004, 2007. Although I don't look like old now, but I still feel like a young student who's attending.
We have aged, and but I'm sure there will be a lot of questions coming to you on LinkedIn.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so glad that you could join us in spite of the time difference. I know it's pretty late out there and kept your luck. So
yeah, it's almost a midnight, ma'am, here. But I said I'm pretty.
I know the thing. So, but still, in spite of that, you all have been patient. In fact, Tejasvi and Sabha are again in line, and they're from that part of the world. They're from the East Coast, like US, so probably almost the same time zone as yours.
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sarang.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a wonderful sessions and all the best for other payment speakers who's going to talk today. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Yeah. Now it's time for our second speaker for the day. Good morning, all the dignitaries present here. I, Professor Prachi Sasantar from Satabai Raisoni Women's College, would like to introduce our next speaker for day 2 of ICMAT Online Conference 2020, Ms. Tejasvi Jha. Tejasvi, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Tejasvi has completed her master's in business analytics from Oklahoma State University, US. She has a very vast experience in the field of data analytics of over 9 years, specialized in analyzing and interpreting large data sets, developing new forecasting models, and performing data management tasks. She has worked for topmost companies like Accenture Services as Senior Software Analyst, Red Herring Group, Barry Financial Group, and Sulzer Chemtech as Business Analyst. And currently she is working for Ford Motor Company, Michigan, USA as Lead Analyst. She had received Ford Global CS Analytics WOW Award in August 2019. I welcome you again and over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, am I the host? Can I transfer files? Can I share files here?
Vijay sir, can you please make her the presenter? Yes. Tejasvi, now you can share.
Hi, everyone. I hope I'm visible and audible now. So, as Prachi ma'am already introduced me, my name is Tejasvi Jha, and I'm a lead analyst at Ford Motor Company in Detroit. Thank you, everyone, for having me on this forum. It's a pleasure for me to be sharing my experience with all of you today. To give you my background, I have done analytics for companies in chemical sector, IT sector, finance. Currently, I'm in automotive sector. I did my bachelor's from HBTI Kanpur in chemical technology and my master's in business analytics from Oklahoma State. This was the decade when I started my career in analytics, which also happens to be one of the defining decades for data science. In my free time, I listen to music and play sports. This picture you're looking at on the right is from one of our inter-school basketball tournaments at Oklahoma State. Today I'll share my experience and perspective about how machine learning is changing all the industries with focus on automotive sector for the session. And I'll then talk about the future prospects of data science, discussing the hype cycle and how it applies to AI and machine learning. I will then try to paint a bigger picture on the future of machine learning based on my experience. In automotive sector and also in all the other industries in general, there are basically a few main areas where data science has transformed the way both processes and products work all along the value chain. The most important use that is there in automotive industry especially is the case of operational improvements or quality control. So by applying machine learning algorithms in the to the collected operational data, it is possible to detect the factors that are coming in the way of production or production line performance, and also calculating overall equipment effectiveness. So in chemical industry, I worked with the operations team when I was at Sulzer Chemtech to identify all the possible attributes that could lead in cost of poor quality. So what this is basically is the cost incurring due to any kind of poor quality, that is could be due to people getting tired, long time overtime, or like inexperienced people working on a complex orders in general based on the materials used in the orders, or any other customer related issues. So I created regression models with all the factors to reveal the best practices for increasing overall equipment effectiveness. So in automotive sector, before the data science days, the equipment that were being used had predefined schedules. So basically, the older the machinery, the frequent checkup it used to get. So, but the data shows, the analysis showed that a large percent of industrial machinery that showed failures had nothing to do with their age. So age-based maintenance is not the best solution. So these days, the Internet of Things data is being used. It reveals hidden correlation and detect those data patterns that could be a signal of potential equipment deterioration in advance. So apart from these areas, if we're talking about supply chain, analytical models are used to identify demand levels of different marketing strategies, sale prices, locations, and many other data points. So this complex data set is used to do material demand forecast. So to improve the accuracy of demand forecast, machine learning algorithms have now considering the previous week's demand, like it happens in a typical time series forecast. They are considering SKUs, promotional campaigns. They are capturing complex nonlinear dependencies in data. So this process has grown so much from the time when this all started, and it has evolved over the time so that the predictions, the forecasts have become more accurate and more reliable. So at the heart of all this lies customer satisfaction. So let's talk about how this data science is increasing customer satisfaction. So in automotive industry, what I've seen is a typical car, this could contain 50 or more sensors, right, which could collect data on speed, emission, fuel consumptions, usage data for resources, security. All of this data from different sources is being used efficiently to find patterns and resolve quality issues either in the nick of time or prevent them from happening altogether. So analytics is being used to increase both customer satisfaction and the quality management on cost-effective levels. So the product recall is one of the issues that is a commonplace problem for the automotive industry, and forecasting tools, predictive analytics are actively evolving and combating the risk of product recalls. Like progressive firms or like in Ford Motor Company itself, the management is now collaborating with the government to get data on geographical locations and other sources like satellite, cell phone, GPS, all the telematics data, bring it together and have a more effective data model for protection and for preventive maintenance. So basically, telematics is enabling the automotive manufacturers, sellers, insurance people to gather insurance data. So that is basically the data that is coming about regarding driving behavior, speed, braking habits, turning styles, acceleration, and abidance with the traffic rules. So this is happening in US already, where this data is being used to create driver profiles. The insurance companies, then they are setting the premium based on these driver profiles to set higher premium for high-risk drivers and lower for good drivers. So there was never a better time to get rewarded for good driving, right? Ford does this by the usage of an app feature in the Ford Pass app called the Ford Journeys. As a part of a project, I analyzed and profiled the users who are opting for Ford insurance through the Ford Pass app. This app allowed a Ford customer to search for a dealership near their location. And they can opt to share their data. They can schedule an oil change or any other kind of repairs using the app. And these users can now call roadside assistance through the app as well. In case of a crash, there is an automated call to 911, and the vehicle now holds the records of the crash condition. So the consumers or the customers' convenience on road has increased dramatically over the past few years due to emergence of connectivity and analytics. Having said all that, most of my daily job involves moving data around, cleaning data, building models by
Hello, Tejasvi ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Actually, your slides are not changing. So kindly please
Sure.
close that slide and again restart, ma'am. So it will work fine. Maybe
Sure.
some technical issues are there.
I think, are you able to see my slides? I haven't changed the slides.
That slide is machine learning use cases in automotive sector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you for letting me know. So actually, what I was saying is we have seen all these use cases in the automotive sector, but even now, practically a very small time of my job I actually spend in modeling and machine learning side of things. But mostly I'm investing my time in data preparation. So if we talk about what is in the future, there are very logical questions about whether there is a radical change coming in the field of analytics, or is this field as a career going to die? So why this question is coming these days, part of the concern about the data science field dying soon is because of the rise of automation. So automation is playing a huge role. It has played a huge role in all fields. In data analytics specifically, it is making organizations streamline their process, simplify the analytical process. So to give you an example, very recently Google announced their auto machine learning tool. That was in 2018. And Google CEO Sundar Pichai announced that in next 3 to 5 years, Google will take the ability that only a few PhDs have today, take it to a level where all analysts will be able to develop their own neural networks, and that will be tailored to their own specific needs. So this begs a very meaningful question. Will these tools replace the modeling aspects of data science? So the tools that data scientists like me are automating to eliminate menial tasks and processes will eventually kill the jobs that they have. So there is a theory of a technology hype cycle, which I'm sharing with you. This is typically illustrated by what is called the Gartner hype cycle. So for people who have no idea of what this theory is, this basically says that any new technology or application go through a phase where a lot of early adopters start investigating something and then media hypes things up, which is happening like in case of data science. More and more people start adopting. Sooner or later, people do not realize their expectations, and then we see to start, there is some negative press, and then the bottom falls out, and the expectations they end up, people getting disappointed, and people end up on the stroke of disillusionment. So eventually, things do start to stabilize. People capitalize on their learnings and then come up with new products, new services, new practices, new methods, and they come up with a solution for this, and then things become pretty much good, and things level out at the plateau of productivity. So this is what this curve symbolizes. In case of data science, we have no idea where the data science even is on this hype cycle yet. So we could apply the same framework for data science as a whole, or like in a specific domain of data science, like big data or AI. On the hype and the inflation side of things, you already know that this has already happened, right? The hype reached its peak in 2016 with big data related buzzwords flying around. This started in 2012 when Harvard Business School called data science as the sexiest job of 21st century. So when we are on the hype cycle, where we are on the hype cycle right now is definitely a matter of discussion based on the return on investment different industries are getting from investing in data science. By and large, we can see some slow-moving industries, very slow-moving industries like healthcare, pharma, banking sector here in US who have adopted this data science to a pretty promising degree. So my take on this as a data scientist is data science is here to stay. The science might change dramatically over the next decade with some historical concept of data science, but we'll have more and more data to work on. So basically, applied statistics and probability theories have been around since 17th and 18th century, right? So over past 2 decades, computational power has skyrocketed. And with that, it has allowed people with knowledge of statistics to do so much more with it. The data science term is not very well defined today, and with no clear boundaries or what may or may not be defined as data science. So the expectations for students like me who are coming out of school could be very different from what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. So my expectations when I graduated from Oklahoma State with a degree in business analytics was that I will be doing a lot of amazing simulations, maybe prototype a new machine learning model, feed it with new and better data all the time, tuning it until eventually I'll get a 95% accuracy on test data. So this all I had experienced by doing my school assignments. And yes, I imagine that the data in real world would be as super clean and structured as I'm getting in my assignments, but this did not actually happen. So this could be because of the media or schools excessively hyping AI, but in reality, a day-to-day job is way more holistic than that. I wanted to share this with all the students here because this actually is now a subject of discussion, whether where the analytics part of data science is going. So this begs a very basic question. So where we are going when we understand all of this now? So at the moment, like I said, I do it personally. A lot of other data scientists, they are spending 80% of their time cleaning the data, preparing the data for analysis. So the data is being generated and collected at an exponential rate. So this is creating this enormous tool for the business to leverage, and this is not going to change. Data preparation is now getting more complex because now the data is being drawn from a wide variety of sources. The sources now are endless. Like there is social media, video views, engagement on apps, engagement on forums. The sources, there are so many different sources that organizations are producing on their organization level. So talking about where we are going, I would like to talk about, in general, in broad terms, where the practical things are in automotive industry, at least. So while Internet of Things is opening up these new opportunities, it is making data collection and preparation more and more complicated. So this is where augmented analytics is proving to be a tremendous asset. So already these practices, NLP, machine learning component of data analytics, this is allowing the platform, the data collection platform, to understand the data more organically without human intervention. So we don't have so many resources, so many humans to derive the insights from the data that we are having at this moment that NLP and other machine learning tools are doing. So the ability to understand human language makes it easier for analytics to parse out the valuable data for further analysis, which is making data preparation much easier. So augmented analytics is streamlining the entire data preparation process. So the data analysts like me are spending less time on data preparation, and this time is predicted to decrease by months. So these new developments are getting adopted in the industry every day. From the time I started at Ford till now, I have seen so many new changes that are coming in the organization sector, the organization level, the changes that we're seeing in the adoption of tools. We are using new tools, new libraries every day to make our jobs easier. So augmented analytics is going to play a huge role in the future of analytics because it will automate the menial work, and it will allow the data scientists to focus more on strategic tasks and special projects. So I'm talking so much about this point because I think the future of analytics will see the organizations break down and connect multiple sources from different organizations, and it will make data analysis as comprehensive as possible. So this is like the most important breakthrough that we are seeing in the world of data science. Another thing that we do see coming up in future is relationship analytics. So what happens when you have data from all these different sources? Right now it is very difficult to draw a relationship between the data, those seemingly have no connection with each other. So relationship analytics is the future of data analytics, where it will allow the organizations that extra dimension where they'll have a 360-degree view of their customers. Like for example, the salespeople, they will have data coming from apps, from YouTube views, from a customer's behavior every day, allowing them to be smarter and targeted in their marketing campaigns. So this has started already. It is just getting streamlined every day. So the third area where the major change is coming is the decision-making area of things. So one of the issues that the most business leaders have is the information is being laid out before them, but they are having a hard time to make an informed decision about it. So this could be because, let's be honest, on a deeper level, humans are not built for making optimized decision making because of a tendency to take shortcuts. So decision intelligence is bringing the level of optimizations that humans are struggle to bring in. So decision intelligence is basically not AI. DI is different because the object of DI is to place more value into human reasoning and better understanding the long-term effects of decision, while AI is designed for direct single link systems. So DI is using social science to better understand this relationship, and DI is going to play a huge role in the field of analytics because it will enable leaders, the management, to make a better decision about the data. So the insights with the strategy and with the plan would help the analytics leaders to take a better decision. So with this ever increasing data that we are seeing, there is a continuous issue of data coming in, and there is continuous supply of data, and this gives an opportunity for the data scientists to the organizations to continuously analyze the streaming data. So in future, continuous analytics is going to be the focus of the organizations who are leveraging the Internet of Things. So the level of analysis that may depend on the speed of delivery systems like the machines that are emitting the IoT data, but it is definitely growing every day. The future of analytics will see the capabilities of analytics, bringing automation and understanding the NLP into the picture, and this will transform how the organizations read and access their data because they can now get the latest insights in matter of seconds and at a lower cost. So, in a nutshell, if I have to conclude, I would say that I have experienced that for being a good data scientist, one needs to have strong hold of basics, knowing your SQL, knowing the maths behind the data models, the knack of augmenting one's knowledge as new papers, new tools come out every day. So if one identifies with these skill sets, data science is a good career option. So as a data enthusiast myself, I am excited about the future, and I'm looking forward to all the large data sets that we'll get to see in the future. So thank you everyone for listening to me, for being a good audience. I've enjoyed sharing this with you. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'll be glad to answer if you have any questions. I hope I did not make everyone asleep.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
Audible. I am audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. Devendra, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, madam. This is Devendra Ramteke. I am a faculty of marketing and sales. Basically, I teach also MIS. So today we hop on lot of data, big data and analysis of customer behavior and all. So really, the behavior of a customer, which we say of use, we can use for the promotion, and where you said of a decision intelligence and relation analytics and all. So how we see is India having a so much big population, and the people are so scattered and their data. So how it is possible in the situation of India to relate the data and to target the particular customer for the promotion?
That's a very good question, sir. I have thought about this issue. So US is the US is on the forefront, right? All the new advancements in the technology are adopted here first, and then they get trickled down to all other countries. So currently, even in US, there is an issue with the big data sharing. There are a lot of legalities associated with this. So this is not at the level that the data scientists or the organizations would want it to be, but things are definitely changing. At least in the case of automotive industry, people have adopted the new advancements. People have started sharing their data. So it is easier for the industry to track the behavior. Like, for example, I can see from the data set, like how the customer is driving basically. So whether they are a good driver or bad driver, and this is happening with their consent. So there are a few industries where this has already, grown to a stage where we're able to have data models to predict human customer behavior based on that. But it is an issue with a country like with larger groups who don't use so many different Internet of Things. So
moreover, in the FMCG industry, I'm more concerned about the FMCG industry. In FMCG,
yeah, sure. So so in that industry, like to track a user's behavior end to end, every day is currently not possible because of the data sharing issues. People are not, giving their consent to share this, but this is definitely going to grow in the next decade. So in automotive industry, at least, this has grown over the past few years, over the past 5-6 years. We do see a lot of users who are not sharing their data before. Now they are doing that, and their customer, their experience has improved over the years.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tejasvi. There's another question from one of our attendees, Ms. Kanak Ramteke. Is data science related to coding, and do you need to be a good programmer to pursue it?
I would say for data science or being a good programmer or knowing the code is an essential asset nowadays for most of the careers, not just software engineering. Even for data scientists, to have that logical mind to draw relations, to build a kind of logic for the models to follow, knowing the math behind the models is definitely an essential skill set. So yes, to have an interest in programming definitely helps. But a lot of MBA programs have this data analytics as one of the courses, and where you don't necessarily need to know the working of a data model. But we have a lot of analysts with no core experience, or this is an issue with the data science world, that we do have a lot of people who know this analysis, who know the basic of data science, but they are not very good data scientists. So this will be an issue if you really want to take this career full on. So I would say if you have interest in programming, you do have an edge over other analysts.
Okay, Tejasvi, thank you so much. I hope Kanak has got the answer. It was a very wonderful session, and it was very informative also. You had explained every aspect of data analytics, and the experience which you have is clearly seen while explaining all the nuances of data analytics. That was a very wonderful thing, and thank you for joining with us. Now the next session will be continued by Professor Purnima Rai. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Prachi Susankar ma'am. It was a wonderful session. A very good morning to you all. For the next session, I would like to welcome Ms. Saba Ali, who will speak on advances in natural language processing. Ms. Saba Ali is a lead data scientist at Booz Allen Hamilton. She has pursued her BS degree from University of Maryland with highest GPA and MS from Johns Hopkins University. Ms. Saba is a data scientist with 3 years of experience in data analytics, along with a technical skill set in Python, R, SQL, and Tableau. Her work focuses on data analysis, data visualization, machine learning, and natural language processing. She has a prior in-depth experience as a system analyst in a healthcare environment with the ability to translate clients' needs into meaningful. Her interests lie at the intersection of medicine, healthcare, and data science. She has been awarded with Women of Color in STEM Technology Rising Star Award. She has earned certifications in Data Science Fundamentals, Cerner Millennium Fundamentals, and she is also Certified Scrum Master. I invite Saba Ali ma'am to make her expert presentation.
Hi, thank you so much, ma'am, for that introduction. Could I have host? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible now. You can continue, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to speak today. My name is Saba Ali, and I'm a lead data scientist at Booz Allen Hamilton in Washington, D.C. Booz Allen Hamilton is a global management and technology consulting firm with expertise in consulting, analytics, digital solutions, engineering, and cybersecurity. I work in the analytics space and have around 3 years of experience in data analysis, machine learning, and natural language processing, which is what I work on day to day. Booz Allen has one of the world's largest, most experienced analytics practices, applying decades of experience working across intel, defense, government, and the private sector to solve some of the world's most complex and sophisticated data problems. A little bit about my educational background. I received my Bachelor's of Science in Information Systems at the University of Maryland, where my interest in computers and information technology sparked. And then I went on to receive my master's in biotechnology with a specific concentration in bioinformatics at Johns Hopkins University. And during my master's program is really where I developed my skills in data science and machine learning, which led me to enter the industry. So as a data scientist, I work with clients to help uncover patterns and extract insights with their data and really focus on creating innovative and scalable solutions. And working in the analytics field is both exciting and very challenging. Data science is a powerful tool that helps improve how people and businesses make decisions, but it's a very rapidly evolving field, and I've learned how important it is to keep up with the advancements in the industry, or else you fall behind. So that's what I'm here to talk about, advances in natural language processing from a technical perspective. So what is natural language processing? It simply is the field of AI that enables computers to process and analyze human language. So specifically, it combines the field of computer science, linguistics, and artificial intelligence, and is driven by machine learning. NLP is one of the most powerful disruptive technologies and makes it possible for machines to read text, hear speech, and go beyond that by even interpreting it. So the challenge with NLP is that human language is extremely varied and extremely complex. There are thousands of languages, And even within a language, there are countless number of dialects and different set of grammar rules, morphological rules, syntax rules. Some words share the same meaning, and we have to rely on context to interpret it. To make it even more complicated, we as humans express ourselves in countless different ways in both speech and in writing. So modern algorithms now allow us to analyze more human-based data than humans, or language-based data than humans, without the fatigue and in an unbiased manner, which is really important in the field of AI and machine learning. And NLP is used in applications ranging from sentiment analysis to machine translation to speech recognition to chatbots, which save companies millions of dollars per year. So to understand why NLP is so powerful, it's important to have a little background on the types of data that exist. So we have structured data, which is data that uses a predefined or expected format. And these include spreadsheets, tables, databases. So it's a very specific format. We also have unstructured data, which can't be easily stored in traditional column row databases or spreadsheets. And types of unstructured data include text files, images, video files, audio files, web pages, blogs, etc. And unstructured data actually accounts for between 70 to 90% of the data in the world, and it's growing by up to 65% each year, which is incredible. So due to its complex, unstructured nature, it's harder to leverage, which is why NLP is so useful, because it has the potential to analyze this type of data in a very fast and very scalable way. So there are several applications of NLP. So some of them include sentiment analysis, topic classification or topic modeling, named entity recognition, machine translation, and chatbots. So I'll go through each one and show some examples of how they're being utilized in modern day. So as the name suggests, sentiment analysis is used to assess the sentiment of a given piece of text. So for example, it can allow you to determine whether a customer review is positive, negative, or neutral. And a lot of companies are using sentiment analysis on product reviews or just overall service reviews to understand and monitor what people are saying about them. And this can be really useful for protecting a brand's image or improving customer service. So IBM Watson is doing a lot of advanced work in the NLP space and has developed a tone analyzer, which uses linguistic analysis to detect emotional, social, and language tones in written text, which is quite advanced for sentiment analysis. So what it does, it analyzes text at both the document level and at the sentence level. And specifically, it does a document level analysis for understanding the tone of the document and a sentence level analysis for identifying specific areas where tones are the strongest. So in this example that you see here, whatever text that was used as the input indicated a high probability of anger and sadness. As far as language style, there was a strong indication of a confident tone being used within the text. And for social tendencies, there was a high probability of extroversion. Topic classification and topic modeling are also very common NLP tasks. Topic classification essentially allows you to classify pieces of text or a document by topic. So we can achieve this via a supervised approach, which requires pre-labeled training data. An example of topic classification would be detecting what category a news article belongs to. So for example, it could fall into politics or sports or health or entertainment. So what we would need would be a set of text data that was already categorized with these predefined topics, which we would use to train our model, and then we would apply it to new data. Unfortunately, labeling data can be very time-consuming and tedious task. It takes hours and hours of manual work. So if we want to characterize topics without pre-labeled training data, we can use an unsupervised approach called topic modeling. So there was a recent paper that came out titled Uncovering Temporal Differences in COVID-19 Tweets, where the authors actually analyzed over 900,000 tweets in a 2-week period back in March at the beginning of the pandemic. And they used a specific technique called latent Dirichlet allocations, or LDA, to perform the topic modeling with the ultimate goal of identifying COVID-19 related topics. So the concept behind this LDA algorithm is that every document contains a mix of topics, which basically means every document is a probability distribution of topics. At the same time, every topic consists of a mix of words, or in other words, every topic is a distribution of words. So I won't go too much in detail on how LDA works, but essentially you just need to know that the model proposes that each word in the document is attributable to one of the document's topics. And the number of topics are usually pre-selected. So in this study that you see, they pre-selected 9 topics, and each tweet is considered a document, and the top 10 words in each topic are also shown. So using the top 10 words in each of these topics, the researchers were able to kind of extract the themes from it and create the actual topics. So if we look at topic 2, you see words like China, world, country, live, Chinese start, Wuhan, show, thank, read. And so that kind of falls into a theme of the origin of COVID-19. Named entity recognition is a type of information extraction that identifies and tags entities to text. So examples of entities could include like a person, a place, organization. For example, the sentence, Apple released a new computer this year, Apple would be identified and tagged as a location entity. And there are so many use cases for named entity recognition. It's often used in biomedical text mining to identify drug names or disease names. For example, BioBERT is a model that is pre-trained on biomedical data sets and is targeted for biomedical text mining tasks. And BioBERT's weights are initialized from the BERT model, which is the original transformer model. I'll discuss that a little bit later on. And then it's pre-trained on a biomedical domain data, including PubMed abstracts consisting of over 4 billion words and PMC full text articles consisting of over 13 billion words. So once it's pre-trained, the model is used to fine-tune on various biomedical text mining tasks like named entity recognition, question and answer, relation extraction. Here we can see BioBERT's named entity recognition in action and really highlight how powerful domain-specific named entity recognition can be for information extraction. Machine translation involves translating a text from one natural language to another. So translation itself is a challenging task as a source language often does not translate word for word. So for example, I am thirsty in English may not be a word for word substitution when converted to another language. So in this case, a translator would have to interpret and analyze all of the elements in the text and know how each word may influence the other, and requires a really deep understanding of linguistics. Previously, rule-based approaches were used for this task, but that has now been replaced by state-of-the-art neural network models, and this is now referred to as neural machine translation. So neural machine translation utilizes an encoder-decoder architecture, which I won't get into because it's very complex and technical. But this is an interesting use case we see here. Facebook just last month introduced the first multilingual machine translation model that can translate between any pair of 100 languages without relying on English data. So what does that mean? Well, most multilingual machine translation models are English-centric, which means that in order to train on, let's say, Chinese to French, it would first require training from Chinese to English and then English to French. But Facebook's model eliminated the bridge between source and target language, which really improves the translation because it's direct. And Facebook's model actually outperforms most English-centric models by a significant amount, and it's open source, which is awesome. Lastly, chatbots are one of the fastest growing NLP applications. In fact, it is predicted by 2021 that 85% of customer interactions will be handled without human agents, which is really incredible. Earlier chatbots utilized a technique called pattern matching, which was heavily rule-based and relied on a lot of pre-generated patterns, and therefore made the chatbots very limited in what they could do and what they could not do. More recently, chatbots are relying on deep learning and are much more sophisticated and can handle many different types of inquiries. So one such example is Mina, which is Google's newest chatbot that has been trained on social media conversations and learns to respond sensibly to a given conversational context. So it uses something called an evolved transformer seek-to-seek architecture, which again, I won't get too much into. But what makes Mina so human-like is the fact that it's one multi-turn and open domain. So multi-turn basically indicates that it's a conversation with a back and forth between the user and the bot, and it doesn't lose context. Open domain means that there are no restrictions on the topics you can talk about with the chatbot. So you can virtually talk to it about anything. And the training objective for Mina is to minimize what we call perplexity, which is the uncertainty of predicting the next word in the conversation. So it's really advanced. It's really cool. You should definitely check it out. So to understand advances in the field of NLP, it's important to take a look at the history. NLP has been around for several decades, actually, but it really started gaining popularity in recent years. But if we look back in 2003, we saw the first neural language model, which consists of something called a feed-forward neural network consisting of one hidden layer. And I'm going to explain more on what a neural network is. I'm sure you guys have heard about this term many times in reference to machine learning and AI. And I think it's important to have a basic understanding of that because these first neural language models laid the foundation for several future architectures. In 2008, multitask learning was introduced, and as the name suggests, it involves solving multiple learning tasks at the same time, such as tagging parts of speech and named entities, and use something called a convolutional neural network, or CNN for short. 2013 was a really important year as word-to-vec was introduced by Google researchers. Today, word-to-vec is one of the most popular word embedding models. And for some context, word embeddings are simply a representation of a word as a vector of numeric values and lets you capture the context of a word in a body of text and its semantic similarity. 2013 and beyond was also when more advanced neural network architectures began popping up, including recurrent neural networks, or RNNs, which are used in tasks that are sequential in nature. And this is really useful for text data, which is obviously sequential, as sentences are simply sequence of words. We also saw the introduction of long short-term memory networks, or LSTM for short, which improves upon RNNs in that they are capable of learning long-term dependencies. And I'll explain that a little bit more later. In 2014, we saw the rise of sequence-to-sequence learning, which allowed sequences from one domain to convert to sequences in another domain and utilize something called encoder-decoder architecture. Again, Facebook's model is an example of like a sequence-to-sequence type of learning. 2015 was when the concept of attention was introduced, Attention is useful for any task that requires making decisions based on certain parts of the input text. And more recently, the concept of self-attention has been introduced, which forms the basis of the transformer architecture, which I'll talk about. And it's used to look at the surrounding words in a body of text to get a more contextually sensitive word representation. And lastly, pre-trained language models are one of the most recent advances in the field. The BERT model is an example of this, which I said I would discuss in a bit. So I want to explain the neural network architecture because it is the core of most advanced NLP models that we see today, like I mentioned, and for many of the ones that I've already mentioned. So artificial neural networks are given that name because they are modeled off of the human brain, where a neuron's input branches receive signals from another neuron's output branch to form these like neural networks. So the figure on the bottom left-hand side shows what we call a single-layer perceptron, which is a model of a biological neuron and is in its simplest form of a neural network. So in this model, we basically, right here, we have our inputs that you can see here, which in the case of NLP can be text features in the form of vectors. So we multiply the input vectors by the weight, and then we sum these up, and then we run this through something called an activation function. And an activation function is just a simple mapping of the summed weight inputs to the output of the neuron, or what we call a node. And it is called an activation function because it governs the threshold at which the neuron is activated and the strength of the output signal. And then we finally get our output, which would be the model's prediction. So an example of an input could be an email which you are trying to determine whether it is spam or not spam, so then your output would predict whether it's spam or not spam. We can also introduce a concept called bias, which I didn't include here just for simplicity's sake. So how that would work is you would take your input, multiply it by your weights, and then you would add the bias. The figure on the right is what we would call a multi-layered perceptron model. It has a hidden layer between the input and the output layer. So each and every node in one layer is connected to each and every node in the next layer. So a given node takes the weighted sum of inputs and passes it through a nonlinear activation function, and then you get the outputs of the node, which then becomes the input of another node in the next layer, and so on and so forth, just like with our brain. So this figure only shows one hidden layer on the right, but the more layers you have, the deeper the network becomes, and that's where the term deep learning or deep neural nets come from, if you've heard of that. It's important to note that the weights are randomly initialized at the beginning, and that's okay because when we are propagating through our model left to right to get the output, which is called a feed-forward propagation, we get our predicted output value, which is then compared with the actual value, and then we can compute the error. And then in order to minimize that error, the model propagates backwards and adjusts the model's parameters, which are the weights and the biases. So after each forward pass through a network, you're performing this back propagation. And that's basically a very simplified explanation of a neural network. It definitely can get more complicated than that. But just for simplicity's sake, I tried to keep it a little bit not too complicated. So the problem with the basic feed-forward neural network is that they aren't designed for sequences, nor do they account for a model memory. So fortunately, recursive neural networks solve this problem. And again, sequences are important to us because text is sequence. So I'm not going to cover how like the specific architectures work here, like in the previous slide, since it's too technical, but I do want to provide kind of a high overview of what makes them so unique. So recurrent neural networks are different than the feed-forward artificial neural networks because of two reasons. Mainly, they take into account what happened previously, and they share parameters and weights. One problem that RNNs face is something called the vanishing gradient problem. So vanishing gradient basically makes it difficult for the model to learn long-term dependencies. And what that means is that it's easier for RNNs to capture relationships or make connections between relevant points that are very close to each other versus points that are very far away from each other. Fortunately, LSTMs, which are long short-term memory networks, solve this problem. They're a special kind of recurrent neural networks that are capable of learning long-term dependencies, which make RNNs smart at remembering things that have happened in the past and finding patterns across time to make its next guesses make sense. And then we have transformers, which is kind of the new hot thing. So in 2017, Google researchers published a paper titled "Attention is All You Need," which introduced the concept of attention and the transformer, which essentially is just a new family of neural network architecture. So the transformer architecture uses an attention mechanism, which it learns contextual relations between words in a text. And it uses sequence-to-sequence model where you have an encoder that takes your input, it turns it into an embedding, and a decoder that takes those embeddings and turns them into an output sequence. Again, I'm not going to go too much into it because it's very complex, but if you are interested, I recommend reading Google's paper, "Attention is All You Need." It's really interesting. So transformers are useful for tasks where distant parts of a sequence are less likely to be important as close ones. And then transformers can be used in sequence-to-sequence tasks like machine translation, but they can also be used as embeddings using approaches like masked language modeling, which BERT, which stands for Bidirectional Encoder Representations from Transformers, is an example of, and that was also introduced by Google. And they allow for transfer learning, meaning pre-trained models can be fine-tuned on new tasks. So overall, some really great and powerful architectures here that are really revolutionizing the field of NLP. And I know it was a little bit complicated, and it's okay if you don't understand it. It took me a little while when I first started to actually understand. I think the more experience you have actually, looking at the data and understanding what the data looks like, we'll have a little bit better understanding of these architectures. And with that, I conclude this presentation. I hope now you have a better understanding of natural language processing, how it works, and the various different applications and architectures that are being used. It's a really rapidly growing field, and I highly encourage anyone who is interested in AI to learn more about NLP because, there is a need for NLP subject matter experts. So yeah, I'm not sure if we have time for Q&A. If not, if you have any questions about anything in this presentation or specific questions about how to start or grow your career in AI, please feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. I left my link here. I would love to connect with you guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I request all the participants to post your questions in chat box. There is a question from Samiksha Parshivnikar. Should a data scientist have a better skills of programming or of statistics?
That's a great question. I would say both. I think data science is it's like a multidisciplinary field. You need to have a good understanding of program. You need to have a good understanding of statistics because really all the models that you work with, all these machine learning models, NLP models, are driven by statistics and calculus even for that matter. So I think having a good balance of both. Oftentimes, the people that I work with, they have, their bachelor's in statistics. Others have their bachelor's in mathematics. Some have their master's in computer science and stuff. So, but they sort of combine these different disciplines and build their data science career through having like a unique skill set of all of this. So I'd say both, definitely.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this very interesting and informative session. Ma'am, you have explained the concepts and applications of natural language processing by using different examples very well. I'm sure all the participants were completely engrossed in this session. Thank you once again for this enlightening and enriching experience. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
We have a short break of 10 minutes from here. Please join back for our next session. Thank you. Please join our session by 11:45.
हेलो सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे? हेलो।
हाँ मैम, सुन पा रहे हैं।
सुन पा रहे मैडम.
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू.
Yeah, I can listen you.
Good morning, everyone. Please welcome our next speaker for today, Dr. Virakamal Visetri. She is from Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. Ma'am is having vast experience in her field. I'll be giving a gist of her profile. Ma'am is a senior lecturer in management and social and political sciences, currently working as associate professor in business at Faculty of Applied Arts, Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. With 14 years of experience as a specialist in academics, she is also a member of editors board of many esteemed journals. She had done her doctorate in business administration. Her research focuses on reskill, upskill, and design thinking in the 21st century. She is the author of The Empire of Scholars, Anti-Corruption. Is there any problem?
Oh, no. I just checking. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. She is the author of The Empire of Scholars, Anti-Corruption in Thailand 2019. She is currently writing a book about human resource development, transform organizations. She is also leading an anti-corruption project with National Anti-Corruption Commission in Thailand. She is having many publications and proceedings to her credit. She received her Bachelor and Masters of Business from Central Queensland University and DPhil from the Institute of International Studies, Mini MBA and Design Thinking Certificate from Stanford University, the USA. She has received Best IMRF Excellence Award in Business Sciences, May 2018, and Best IMRF Excellence Award in Social Sciences in November 2019. I'm so sorry, ma'am, if I had wrongly pronounced your name. Welcome you.
Okay, my name is Virakamal Visetri. Virakamal.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I can invite you to please share your knowledge with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, but properly the temperature is okay. Let's go. Properly, good afternoon, everyone. So, about my topic is very important. Is it visible? My PowerPoint is visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. Let's go to properly my first topic. My lecturer topic in my university is about human resource management. We concern about human capital and design thinking in 21st century. Properly, for Thailand government, we have national plan for next 20 years. Invest for human capital, how to put soft skill parallel to hard skill, as you know, organization about the digital disruption is occur every minute. So our government or Thailand nation plan have to concern about this too much, because we have a lot of machine, a lot of clever people, but cannot use it. Do you know what I mean? It means we just research and development. We never invent or innovation the new technology. We never have the new idea to apply. So that's why nowadays in Thailand we concerned about the soft skill to put to our teenager, our new generation to apply the soft skill. Soft skill is mean how to good communication, how to think as different way, how to think out of box and positive thinking in the same time. That's quite hard because everybody have the different background. So that's why we have 20-year plan, not now, but we need to develop every day, every year to push our new generation to be a good, to invent new innovation or techniques, not only research and technology, but we can invent some new machine, new learning, new license or something like that. And that's why this topic is very, very important, because nowadays in bachelor, master and PhD program in Thailand, as my caring in my university and other private university in Thailand, it's quite it's quite important to put this soft skill and real skill as real skill and soft skill for develop ourselves, our bachelor, master, and PhD also in certificate. We put this subject as the general education, and our students need to learn this subject. So that's why I think this subject very, very important, this skill and upskill and design thinking. So skill and upskill will continue to design thinking. Design thinking, as you know, I think India must be better than Thailand for innovation and for computer. You have a lot of genius in your country, in India, and a lot of too many of my friends, they have very good in computer and technology. So that's why Thailand needs to accept that we cannot update our data or big data or digital disruption comparative with the India. India much more developed compared with the Thailand. So we reframe our plan for nation plan to develop soft skill, human resource management, development for answer the digital disruption. So digital disruption technology and phenomena and capacity is all over in the skill and upskill. Every organization needs to update knowledge for employees, for organization to answer the digital disruption. And reskill and upskill is quite similar, but not the same. Reskill, you can remember, right? Re as new, something you never know in your career path, or such as myself, for example, this one I'm doing now to webinar is my reskill, because probably I only work in classroom. I'm teaching, never teach in the online. I only teaching in classroom, something like that. This one, the reskill, skill that relate to job area, job description, but not to be the upgrade yourself to be the professional. But upskill quite different but similar. As I told you, upskill it means in the next 5 years I need to be promoted to be like the professional. Probably now my current position is like associate professor. So in the next 5 or 10 years, I need to plan to be the professor. So I need to publish my paper in Scopus or Web of Science. So this one is upskill. Upskill, you will promote to be the professional in the same area. But reskill, you have multi-skill. That's one, easy to understand. And this one to take the organization to step beyond digital disruption, start with the human development, because in human resource or human development organization behavior, we believe that human can develop every minute, as I told you at the beginning. So we need to decide for coaching, such as, in human resource management, we need to coaching leadership, how to direct to get the capacity of our employee 100% to show up with the organization, and organization will be forward to candidate with the global or something like that. That's why World Economic Forum report that 50% or more of workers need to add new skill, reskill by 2022 is gonna be it next 2 years. So conception framework and culture need to reframe, need to think every minute is the value, every day is the value, not in the next 5 years. We gonna think about every day, every minute. You need to develop yourself. You need to show your performance every day, something like that. As my university, we promote our lecturer to upskill for the global, something like that. Because actually in my university, history of my university very, very popular in Thailand, but in other country they will clue what KMU TMB, but probably in Thailand we very like the top 10. If you graduate from my university engineering or bachelor development or my business, guarantee 100% you can get a job in Thailand. Yes. And for the reskill and upskill, they concerns about the people, as I told you. People, human-centered learning society. That's why we need to communication with our group. So soft skill and life skill need to concern about collaboration. We share, as today, we share everything, everyone as our friends. We learn society. We have the group to share the knowledge, to share the capacity, everyone. Like, as you know, in Thailand now, or maybe I think in India too, everywhere have the co-working space. It's the same. Learning society, we share to have the learning center. Also, turning to point the future challenge. We share everything, like the coffee talk every morning to share what is the SWOT analysis, human development, what the program we need to put, or what the problem, and need to change the way of thinking our students, something like that. And for the organization, that to PowerPoint, I only focus on human capital. But now we focus to organization. What organization need to do? The most important for organization need to concern about the problem in organization to answer digital disruption, because organization not ready or ready for digital disruption. You need to during this period COVID-19, maybe every organization in Thailand resign and have a lot of people unemployed. Maybe they resign is about 30% or maybe 50%, or some of business is not run out business anymore because it's COVID-19 is very tough for Thailand and I think all around the world. So this one need to reskill and upskill to organization. If you have the knowledge other in the professional area, such as myself, one a day, if I'm work at public university, so maybe I get higher. President said, "Oh, you're not good performance, so during the COVID-19, so get out of my office," or something like that, or my university. So if I have a reskill or upskill as additional, so I'm good in presentation, or maybe I'm good to coaching. So maybe I'm open my YouTube channel, my website to promote myself, and I get an income. So this one is backup plan also if you have the good reskill and upskill during the COVID-19. Such as for example, my friends, one of my friends, they have get fired from company, but she good in cooking, so now she opened the online. This one is online shop for making a cookie, and very popular now in Thailand, because as you know, during the COVID-19, everyone in Bangkok shut down for like 4 months. So everyone scared to going outside. So online and deciding thinking Line Man or Uber or something is very popular. Ship the package, ship the food door to door. That's why she going to be a new skill and reskill. So she change the career path to be the entrepreneur, something like that. That's one I would like to show you. And the most important for organization, how are organization ready, and then organization will have the new way to solve the problem, order to enable the organization to move forward. Sustainable, this one in our Thailand, in our country, in Thailand, I think in around the world, in global, need to concern sustainable. Like you need to lean for human for your next profit. Need to get more the profit benefit in the future. So need to lean human capital, human development. Nowadays, as lecturer or professor in Thailand, you cannot do only one thing. As teaching in classroom, you need to do the research, need to have sit in with the student and promote our university. something like that. I think it's maybe we gonna be the sale also. That's why organization disruption, because as you know, nowadays in everywhere in the world, I think, probably in Thailand, we don't have the newborn. Newborn is very low. Our population for the newborn very low. So next in 10 years or 20 years, we don't have students in my school anymore. So we need to adapt. That's why our university needs a plan to 10 or 20 years to adapt to answer for digital disruption also. Now we have a lot of certificate course to serve, not only bachelor, master, and PhD. And also we do the online class to get certificate as MOOC, MOOC, right? And same Stanford, same Harvard, same business school in Columbia or something like that. They sell a certificate course to adapt for digital disruption. And that's why every organization needs to concern about this one, I think, and need to adapt for transform organization to answer the digital disruption. And digital disruption affects brands from the economic class serve up. He says it's like 24%, half of the global workplace need to reskill and upskill because there will be a lot of work if they go replaced by technology and AI, right? AI is very answer for everything in our life. So we need to develop people to answer also. And digital disruption affects brands, including the media, education, energy, healthcare, and digital technology education also, as I told you. So new skill for the new fraud. This one I would like to skip because it's like IBM. I already told you it's about create idea, lean education. You need to concern all the concepts with the same time. And properly, new skill for the new workplace. McKinsey, as you know, McKinsey School Company is a school that their company is the big father of business or economy in McGraw-Hill, right? Yes. McKinsey agreed that technology skills, social skills, communication, sympathy must be improved and critical thinking skill to allow workers to make things that AI cannot do. That's all the concept at the beginning now until now. Why I always tell you about the important thing. Why we need to reconcept human capital, human resource management, organization behavior. And for 5 important skills, at this point, I would like to show you 5 important skills in modern world. You need to learn more about language, using computer, analytical calculations, communication, interaction, but also have necessary secondary skills, such as myself. Maybe I go to nowadays I go to learn Chinese because it's I'm have only 2 languages, right? Probably should be 3 or 4. Someday I will go to learn more, but need to develop yourself every day, and maybe secondary skill, go to positive thinking, to coaching our students, something like that, and work at collaboratively. Underline for this one, very, very important. And different 5 important skills for modern work is salespersons, high care for the sick people, old people, teaching, drive, part-time, food worker, and gig worker will not lack of job at all. They will have a job in the next 20 years or 30 years. 5 important for modern work salespersons. And this one for the 4 certification factor and 3 motivation, you need to create a balance in life and work hard and play hard. It's the good concept, because everybody from psychology survey that for human being need to have the social, need to have the family for work-life balance, to share the problem, to discuss everything happen, and to discuss the future, something like that. So work-life balance in work and life is very, very important. Work hard and play hard, I think, yes. And receive sufficient compensations and have received the support from management, from the performance. You cannot do today. It's not probably everything is not success in the one day as the Rome. So need to pension in everything. Maybe in next 5 or 10 years, it's gonna be work. Yes, and have a training to improve skill and get a new opportunity, something like that. And okay, this one upskill I already told you. So this one, how to constantly, how to keep going for upskill and update. You need to collaborate and work power of the web, work together, searching Google. And I very love for Google because Google have too many sub company and very cool. If you want to know someone, you just search for the Google Scholar for the publication, and they underline and many program answer for the research nowadays, like the turn it in or a lot of, and grammar checking, too many website and power of the web. So this one you can do like the fast tag for publication or paper for the research, and go to old school and don't mock the MOOC. It means go to learning, free course, online, everything. Go to get a certificate and new knowledge to improve yourself, and know where you are going on. Don't forget your plan for the future and financial also. Maybe need to saving account 30% of your salary, and think about how to find a new job to answering the future, and find more job for like secondary skill, and ask for help. This one very important. I also ask my students, probably could you please help me to do this, to do that, because I'm quite low technology, and you know what, Apple is not. I'm not used to with the Apple or iOS, right? Use only Android because it's easy for me, something like that. So this one, but sometimes I need to use the iOS for presentation in the conference or the webinar. I'm going to ask my student, and could you please how to do iOS for me, something like that, update and talk with the Siri. And I have the problem with the Siri because my accent is quite Thai, so strong Thai accent. So maybe Siri is not work for me. But it's good, to practice about the language. What is the correctly sound accent is work. Go to power of the web and application. And okay, go to the main today for the design thinking. That's one lead skill and soft skill. It answering about the design thinking because you need to reframe, reconcept, about the your positive mindset. How the mindset is very, very important in Thailand because if you negative persons, your mindset is not growing. So growth mindset or everything positive mindset is answer for human capital to invent design thinking. As design thinking properly is not the new science. Is it begin like the next 20 years beyond about design thinking. Design thinking is from architecture, product design, how to design the thing that answering the customer, not design the product to answer the for the design thinking, you need to design the product, answer the customer, but not produce the product to answer the customer. You know what I mean? It's quite different. Okay, let's go to design thinking. Design thinking properly is beginning from the Stanford, the school, and the garage. These school design thinking, the process, they have the 5 steps. 5 steps is properly they have only 3 steps, but nowadays change to 5 steps from this school. This school for Stanford is like the father of design thinking. Everything is born from Stanford, this school. So properly, because of digital disruption change, then human center and customer change from 5 or 10 years before. Maybe they just want this thing, but nowadays they're not this something anymore. So need to adapt for the design thinking, product design, in architect product design, such as I would like to give you some example for the car. Probably in trend for the marketing 10 or 20 years before for the car model or fluid. We need only for the car use only the oil, but nowadays use electrical. For this one is design thinking also for sustain also, and for the global warming also, for the save money in your pocket also. And this one is the design thinking. Okay, let's go to design thinking step, 5 steps. The first, you need to understand human center, what the pain point of customer. What the pain point of customer is mean when I use this product, is not answering my 100%. So how you need to know about the customer pain point, user experience. So you need to interview and shadowing and see to understand, not judgment, not your experience, but customer experience, user experience. So maybe this step is very important because empathize, you need to work with that. Maybe 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year as the lineman, Uber, or something like that. They research, they fail maybe 3,000 times for the Uber, and because they need to empathize as you cannot pretend just customer, but you are customer, user experience. This one is step 1. What are pain point of customer? And the step 2, you need to define the persona and role objective and decision challenge and the pain point from the empathize in the first. Interview, ask, and summarize to be the step 2. Define the problem, same, everything. And role objective, such as you want to, something like that. If you want to be the good health, you need to eat the clean food, something like that. But, I still love the junk food for the customer. I love to eat oily or something like that. But I want to be the good chef. This one is design thinking also. You need to think out of box. Think something that never happened to the ideate in the step 3. Ideate, think something in out of this world or something like that. Share the idea or idea wordly, diverse and convince and yes and thinking priority. This one is important and critical thinking and summarize the problem, fix the problem from the step 2, define and share the idea together as the post-it. And think in the box, this one is possible, this one is not possible, to design the product or answer the customer or something like that. And this step number 3 is very, very important because at the end, you need to think out of box and positive. Think as you are a customer and brainstorming for the ideate also. And step 4, prototype, you need to mock up storyboard. Keep it simply because everything money talk, right, in every business. If you think everything is simply, not waste of your money and waste your time. So think everything in the first step as we simply first and fail fast. If you fail fast, you can go back in the step 1, empathize very fast. That's why they say in step 4 is right. Fail fast. Irritate quickly. It means think another concept from ideate or go back to step 1 very quickly or something like that. And model, prototype is the model to form the ideate. Step 3, prototype everything like a model and test. The step 5, you go to market and test it for customer. For the first step is understand implement what works, role play and imitate quickly. So all these design thinking I think is just from strategy marketing or strategy management. If you combine together and touch innovation. That's why design thinking is very popular nowadays. But I think it's not the new. We already learn if you graduate bachelor or master or PhD in business. So we learn this concept. But Stanford, this school, they just put for the thematic and like the critical thinking to easy for understand everyone understand easily. Something like that. That's one for design thinking. And for the problem, this one for my experience, 5-year experience with design thinking and 15 experience in marketing or management or strategy, I think design thinking what the hard or fast step is hardest is the step one, empathize, because user experience, because it's user experience, customer experience, not myself experience. So if I need to produce some product for customer, so if that is not my experience, I am human being, so probably I need to judge, because everybody has the own opinion. So empathize is very hard.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Ma'am,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but last 10 minutes are remaining.
Okay, I will finish in
Thank
2
you, ma'am.
minutes. Okay. So this one I would like to show you about for easy understanding about for easy. Okay.
Hi there. Have you noticed that the world is full of problems? There are big, hairy problems like poverty and disease, and small annoyances like misplacing the keys. However, the geniuses at Stanford have come up with a process to solve them.
Okay. For the bottom line, in my conclusion, I would like to share you about short 2 minutes sympathy and empathy for empathize at the first step in the design thinking. Empathize, I feel how you feel. Sympathize or sympathy is I know how you feel. It's quite different. Empathy is mean when one of my best friends, she broken heart. If I'm sympathize, my judgment, my human being, I know how you feel. I will go to calling her and tell her, it's like, okay, go out and find a new boyfriend. Too many boys, too many guys in this world, or something like that. This one is sympathize. We not use in design thinking. But if I empathize, I feel how her feel. So I will sit next to her and crying with her. This one have different empathize and sympathize for my conclusion. And probably at the end, I would like you guys to share the idea in the near future, and hope you guys have understand my PowerPoint, or I would like to tell you. And for today, thank you so much. If you have any questions in the future, you can inbox me. Okay, thank you so much for get opportunity, and thank you so much for today. Very honored to be part of this conference. Party.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Is there any question? Participants, if you are having any question, please type in the chat box. I don't think there is any question out here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
I think we all agree about the human center, and that lecturers need to continuously upskill and reskill with our knowledge. And your last point about sympathy and empathy was very helpful. I think all must implement it within our work culture also. There's a question from Kanak Ramteke, ma'am. I'm just reading it out for you. The final year students, what would be the skills that they develop as they will be joining the company soon after completing their final year?
Okay. For the last year, you need to go to course some communication. I think it's very very important, because probably in 4 years you just talk and study with your friend, but for the company, the organization culture work is very changing. So you go to positive thinking, growth mindset. Growth mindset is very important for the last year. Go to school for the growth mindset, positive thinking, work at collaboratively, work together as the team. This one, growth mindset. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
You have explained this very beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With honor. Have a great day.
Now the next session will be continued by Professor Purnima Rai.
Thank you so much, Prachi ma'am. Before starting the session, there is an announcement for the participants. The attendance link is opened on ICAMT website. All participants are requested to mark their attendance there. For the next session, I would like to welcome Dr. M. Chandrasekhar Nayak. Dr. M. Chandrasekhar Nayak, currently holding the position as Technical Assistant in Division of Polymeric Medical Devices, Biomedical Technology Wing, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Science and Technology. He obtained PhD in Chemistry from the National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. He obtained a master's degree in Organic Chemistry for Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. Additionally, he obtained M.Ed in General Education from Regional Institute of Education, Mysuru, Karnataka. He received several prestigious awards from various organizations. He has been awarded Young Achiever Award 2020, Best Higher Education Award for PhD, NCERT Delhi Merit Scholarship, and many more awards. His research interests are polymer science, wastewater treatment via membrane technology, nanoscience and nanotechnology, biomedical engineering. He has presented the research outputs in several national and international conferences. He has delivered invited talks in conferences as a resource person. He is a reviewer for International Journal of Basic and Applied Science. He is a life member of Society for Polymer Science and the Institute of Scholars. Now I invite M. Chandrasekhar sir for expert talk.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for kind information about me. So next, I'm going to share my PPT directly. Is it okay, right?
Yes, sir.
It is visible, right?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you.
No.
So good afternoon to all. So in my this current topic, actually, I am going to focus on this wastewater decontamination. Means a removal of contaminants from the wastewater by using the membrane technology. Actually, this area is mostly suitable for this with BTech, MTech, and PhD students of chemical engineering and chemistry, as well as the civil engineering people. So first, okay, first regarding this nano introduction. So in 1950s, this nanotechnology it was started. So the term nanotechnology it was given by K. Eric Drexler in 1986. So nanoscale means just we know that we can't able to see with our normal vision. We can be identify these things by using the scanning electron microscope or transition electron microscopes. By using some specific instruments only we can be identify the nanoscale. So the nanoscale it was given by the experts is within 1 to 100 range. So in its old days a lot and a lot of the we have some experience on this we know about all these some examples of fullerenes, nanotubes, graphenes, etc. We heard about all these things. So this nanotechnology is still it is in an emerging stage. It's not completely developed. So till now a lot of research is going on throughout the world to overcome the problems of various fields. So not only this field various different fields. So these are the some of the examples in what are the fields this nanotechnology it was using means this this nanoparticles as well as the nano prepared nanoparticles, nano additives, all those things. So some of the examples textile industry and in agriculture and in membrane technology in industrial area, medical and health area and in environmental as well as in biomedical engineering. So different areas these are. So if we notice the distribution of water in around the earth, so among the 100% water, more than 97% is completely in oceans. So this water will be contaminated with different salts. So we can't be use these things directly. So we have to desalinate this, then only we can be go for our normal utilities. So after that, remaining 3% water is there. So in that 3%, more than 2% is completely in groundwater and lakes, rivers. So then by using some resource only, just we can be collect that water. Then hardly we are getting less than 1% of water is from this rivers and everything. So it's with this situation we will be come to know how much water scarcity is facing throughout the world. So these are the some of the sources for water pollution, how the water is polluting. So here the images it was showed that marine dumping and chemical wastage is disposal directly without any treatment. Directly they are disposing into the water, as well as unsafe fertilizer and pesticides methods they are implementing in this agriculture field. So due to this, as well as land, water, as well as the total air pollution also it is happening. It's it's environmental pollution is happening, as well as this due to this thermal pollution also the environmental pollution is happening due to that the acid rains they are happening, and dumping of plastic wastages into the water sources, as well as this sometimes while shipping oil, some oils from one country to another country via through this by using this oceans. So due to some unexpected things, sometimes the accidents will be happen. So due to that, so the complete oil will be spilled. So these are the some of the examples of how the water is contaminating. So due to the oil spilling, what will happen in the instead that aquatic animals, what are the things are there? They will be they won't get a proper breathe because water. Because the weight of this oil is very less compared with water, so that's why then it will be forming a layer on water surface. So due to that, the aquatic animals can't able to breathe, as well as their reproductive system, everything it will be affected. So these are the some of the side effects in human beings, what are the things that are happening. So in our olden days, if you notice that the water purification is our by using the cloth, in starting it was short. Then after that, now the technology it was improved. So now this some water purifiers we can able to get. So in this water purifiers, they are using this RO and ultrafiltration membranes, reverse osmosis, as well as ultrafiltration membranes. So, but our normal utility purpose, this RO is not required. It is not that much essential. So normal this ultrafiltration is fine, because in water some of the minerals will be there, so those things we can't be noticed with our normal vision. So those are a little bit helpful to our health, human body. So with RO, if you do means completely everything it can be removable. So till now, lot of the methods were designed for this water purification. Example extraction, adsorption, ion exchange method, crystallization, precipitation, and distillation methods. So here, as well as this is some separation technology, some physical separation methods are suppose cloths washing. Means we are removing the dirt from the cloth, as well as this decontaminator, and in magnetism, one example it was showed here. So with this, we can able to separate the magnetic materials. So lot of the different techniques are there in separation technology. So in current discussion, mainly I am going to focus on this wastewater separation technology, how to. So in this, these are the some separation techniques by introduced by already by the researchers. So a laboratory field, we can see this. The first one is the extraction method. So in normally laboratory, you can see this. In second is adsorption. So in this adsorption, some adsorbents by physically we are adding to the wastewater. So due to that, by the adsorption, that material is absorbing all the contaminants. So then the particles will be settle down. Then the water will be separated. This is one type of separation. Next, as well as this in ion exchange method, by adding this some different chemicals. So they are the salts and acids. They are absorbing into different opposite sides. So then the water is it's separating. Then the waste things we can be remove from one side. Then another side we can be use the good things. As well as this distillation also. In distillation process, so in normally school days we can we read about this. We have some examples. Next, precipitation. Next, in precipitation method also, in this some coagulants physically we are adding to the water. So it will be the coagulant will be absorb everything the unwanted things. Then the water will be purified. Then after that again finally we are going for the filtration. So in before entering into this membrane technology, first I am going to give the giving the definition of this membrane. So membrane is it's just like a thin film. It's like a normal paper only. It is. So membrane is a selective barrier to permeate selective materials only on it. It's not everything. So after the fabrication, we can say that the prepared membrane will be like a symmetric or asymmetric. Means like in that like the pore size. Based on the pore size, we can be decide that the fabricated membrane belongs to like a symmetric category or unsymmetric category. So next is a membrane history. So in 1750s it was like started. Then in first like it was like separated by using the fixed bladder. Then it was separated that ethanol mixture. Then 1820, then the osmosis phenomena it was introduced. In 1944, hemodialysis phenomena. Then 1962, Loex Avrikal. These both are our Indian scientists. So they introduced the first time throughout the world. This is like a reverse osmosis phenomena by using this seawater desalination. Next, 1960 to 80, like some still the development is happening. So in this development, various types of membrane materials are like using in this, and for like not only for the wastewater treatment, different like for other applications means like a gas vapor separation as well as hemodialysis and in medical field. And for oil water separation. So in different areas also this membrane technology nowadays like using. So in our current research, like mainly we focus on this pressure driven membrane forces. So based on how much pressure we were using for. So based on that system, totally they were like divided into totally like 4 types. They were microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, and reverse osmosis. So for microfiltration, it is required less than 1 bar. So with this, like we can separate only the suspended solids. It's like large materials. With ultrafiltration, we can be remove the suspended solids as well as the macromolecules, and in this the pore size will be 5 to 10 nanometers it will be there, and the pressure will be like 1 to 10 bar. And with nanofiltration, the pressure bar will be 10 to 30. And with reverse osmosis means like with this reverse osmosis, it is like going to remove the suspended solids and micro molecules and multivalent ions, monovalent, everything it is going to remove. So obviously for this RO technology, the pressure utilization will be more. So with this 32, it's like more than means nowadays like in some other systems it's going more than 90 also. So before going to the advantage of this membrane technology, if you see, so it's like a membrane. The process is like it's like a very less energy is required, and it's like a very simple, and it's like a very like a cost effective method it is. And investment purpose also, if you see, it's like a very less, and maintenance cost also it is like a very less. And but while doing the test, compulsory human interference should be there compulsory, because while operating the system is some like sometimes the membrane it will be like a tear, otherwise membrane it will become outside. So to avoid all those things, compulsory human should be there. Then like first we have to like optimize the condition, like what pressure is required, as well as what is the concentration of that taken particular solution. So all these things should be like we have to monitor properly. And in this like there is any side reactions and no waste generation. We can like degrade these things. But in this like one of the disadvantage till now it is not like this means like everyone is like facing that. That is like a fouling. Fouling means here the large particles when they are coming while doing the filtration, so they will be like a deposit on the membrane surface. So due to the deposition, the membrane pores they are like closing completely. So due to that, the filtration is not going. Means like unnecessarily the membrane like more force is going onto the membrane. So due to that, the membrane life is like decreasing continuously. So before going to choose a membrane material, some like a polymer nowadays like a different polymers were using. So the polymer should be having like a specific characteristics. It should be like having the film forming ability, and the mechanical strength of that particular polymer should be high, as well as that it should be like a tolerant with different various temperatures and with various feed strengths, and it should be having the good like balance between this hydrophilic as well as the hydrophobic nature. So here earlier I told about this fouling method. So this is a graphical representation. So due to the deposition of this heavy metals, proteins, or dyes, or whatever it may be, while doing the separation, contaminants they will be like block the membrane surface. So due to that, the permeation like it won't be go like properly. So here these are the like some of the examples of this membrane technology. Next, if we see the like a main objective, so first like we are going for this membrane preparation. Means either it is like a flat sheet membrane or otherwise hollow fiber membrane. So first we have to decide that. Then after that, After the fabrication of this particular membrane, going for the characterization techniques. Then after that, what is the like a flux behavior? It means this flux behavior we are like assessing by using this normal water with that as well as with protein solution. With protein solution, we are assessing this what is the fouling ability of that particular membrane. Different protein solutions can be used like BSA molecule and tips in such type of things. So next final step going for the like main application part. So in our research mainly concentrated on this like a polyphenol sulfone polymer. So it is having like a good mechanical strength and little like a hydrophobic nature it is. As well as it is good chemical resistant and high thermal resistant material it is. So in our throughout research, like we use different types of nano additives. They are like a bismuth oxychloride. It is like in laboratory prepared it was. So bismuth oxychloride loaded activated charcoal and multi-walled carbon nanotubes and ZSF nanocrystals as well as tin oxide nanoparticles and aluminum dopacitated activated charcoal. These are the like 5 types of different additives. So with the proper ratio, like with different additives, like added to the particular polymer and prepared like different types of like a flat sheet and hollow fiber membranes. And in this whole study, like I added to all these solutions, like I added just a polyvinyl pyrrolidone. It is a polymer, so it is used as a like a pore forming agent. It means the pore nature should be there to the membrane. Then only the water can be like permeated. So this is a, like a membrane, like a flat sheet membrane in laboratory. How we were preparing. So here the first like a dope solution we are preparing. So after the preparation, going for this casting process by using this K controller instrument. So in casting process, one edge to another edge it will be moved. Then the membrane it will be cast. Then immediately we are dipping into the water. So here you can see that graphical representation of phase inversion. The process is called like phase inversion because first while doing this casting process, it is actually in liquid phase. So it is what is happening after dipping into the water. This liquid phase and this water phase both are like immediately they are like interchanging. So due to that, immediately the liquid it is becoming liquid to solid. Means immediately the phase inversion is happening from liquid to solid. Then the membrane it is like within fraction of seconds it will be like within 10 seconds we can be like see that. So that is the way of preparation of membrane. So here one video is there. Yes, so this is the way of preparation of this flat sheet membrane. So with the flat sheet membrane, here in this membrane holder is there now. So in that we are fixing this with the proper size of this particular membrane. Then we are going for this filtration study. So this is like a one type of filtration study by using this flat sheet membrane. So that will be called as like a dead end filtration. Means one edge to another edge is going. So after the filtration again, the permeate solution and feed solution concentrations, both of the things are like going to analyze by using this UV visible spectra and otherwise atomic absorption spectra, otherwise HPLC, otherwise total organic carbon analyzer. So with this we can get the values. So then the concentrate of feed and permeate values will be substituted in this specific formula. Then calculated what is the rejection, how much percentage of rejection is happened. So this is like another type of filtration. This is a cross flow filtration. Means in this like there is no end. It is like continuously rotation will be there. The feed tank, from the feed tank the water will be like from valve 1 to valve 2. Valve 2 to again membrane module. Again membrane module to by using this valve 3 again it will enter into feed tank. So here continuously circulation will be there. Here also same like earlier. The permeate can be collected and then assessed what is the concentration of that particular permeate and then substituted in the particular formula and then calculated what is the rejection is happening. So this is the hollow fiber. This is like second type of like a hollow fiber membrane fabrication. So this is like a collaboration research. It is So in Malaysia, it was like a performer. So I was like adapted as a research student, visiting research scholar to that University of Technology in Malaysia. So there only we have this facility. So in this, what is happening? First, we have to like prepare the dope. The prepared dope solution, it was like taken into the dope reservoir. So here, the next slide, I can show the video. With the video, like you will understand. So we have to give the proper commands completely here. So from the dope reservoir, the dope solution is coming due to the pressure from this white color pipe. Then that it is directly entering into the spinneret. From the spinneret again, it is directly entering into the water. Means here once the solution is like entering directly into the water, then immediately the phase inversion is happening here. Then immediately the fiber will be formed. See how the like pores can be like how it can be like collected very carefully, because it's like highly delicate actually, all these pores. So there is no pressure should be like a use, even like you should not be compressed with your like fingers also, even very carefully it should be handled. So by using the collecting drum, so the fibers were collecting. So after the collection again, like we are keeping in the one tub, we are cutting into proper sizes. Then we are keeping in the water tub, because whenever it may be, the membrane should not be removed, keep in like outside environment. Compulsory it should be in water only. So this is the way of like a second type of preparation of this membrane. So after the membrane preparation, we have to prepare like a particular like a potting process we have to go. So by using this like a specific adapters, we have to by maintaining like with very carefully, we have to like prepare this suitable adapters. Then by using this resin and add proper mixes. Then but this process is like highly delicate. We should be very careful. Here only a lot of the people like the failure will happen. So once it is successful, then we can be like a move further like how the filtration. So in this filtration here, the membrane can be like a in earlier the prepared this adapter is there. Now the adapter can be like a fixed in this membrane module. So here what will happen on the when the solution is like a passing through on the membrane module, so the contaminants means like either like a dye molecules, otherwise contaminants, whatever is inside the water. So they will be like absorbed in the membrane surface only. Then only the water can be permeated. Then again like the same routine process, the permeate and feed concentrations can be assessed. So it will now like if you see the like a membrane separation technology market analysis like from 2017 to it was like a continuously we can see the enhancement. So as well as with the microfiltration and with the arbofiltration, the market size is like larger than compared with others. As well as this global membrane separation technology. So with there like a review, it was saying that in this membrane technology they like mostly using in this like a wastewater treatment. Then after that industry process they are using, and in like a food industries also they are using for some like a proteins removal study and some like milk related like some contaminants removal. So such type of things it was like using, as well as in this pharmaceutical field it is like a very less one, because the membrane is like a highly delicate it is. So that's why like if suddenly the drug is going and it is touching directly physically to the membrane surface, means immediately the membrane surface it will be like sometimes, because this is drug means some chemicals will be there in the polymers also like a chemical study. So both can be react together. Sometimes the membrane life will be like a damage. Otherwise it will give like some other side effects. So for this the pharma field and medical field like mainly using for this some like a drug filtration studies nowadays. Recently the work is like starting. So in like a totally 4 working chapters I am going to like a deal. So it's like a just briefly just I will give with 10 minutes I will try to complete. So this is like a first. In first topic, like we were choosing as a anyway, polyfill and sulfur is like a common polymer in all the works, but the additives were different. So in the first, the additive is like a bismuth oxychloride loaded activated charcoal. So actually, the activated charcoal is good absorbing agent, but intentionally we are adding this bismuth oxychloride. Why to mention to increase the surface roughness of that particular activated charcoal. So these are the like same scanning electron images of that. prepared bismuth oxychloride nano wafers. So they are in like within less than like 120 nanometers only. So then after that, going for this FTIR study, with the FTIR, we were confirming that it is like a prepared compound, is like a bismuth oxychloride. Then by using this membrane compositions, totally 4 types of membranes were prepared. By using by adding the different weight percentage of this BiOCl weight percentage. So with these 4 membranes after the preparation, so the nano additive is like particularly it was dispersed in the membrane or not. Those things we are confirming by using this scanning electron microscopy, energy dispersive spectroscopy. So it is like a elemental mapping. So in this elemental mapping, we are confirming that the inserted this BiOCl loaded activity charcoal is like a properly it was dispersed. So after the confirmation, going for the characterization. So in characterization, contact angle is the first. So contact angle is like useful to study the like what is the surface hydrophilic nature of that particular membrane. So means the contact angle is high means the surface hydrophilic nature is less. So what is happening here? When the concentration of this additive nano additive is increasing continuously from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So continuously the contact angle is like continuously decreasing. Means the inserted nano additive is acting as a hydrophilic agent. So due to that, what is happening? It is giving some extra hydrophilic nature to the particular membrane surface, as well as the insert that the pore morphologies, they are like increasing. Means the pore surface is like increasing. So due to that, the permeability property is like continuously it's increasing. Means the water loving nature is increasing to that particular membrane. So that is one characteristic. Second is the porosity and the water optic study. So in this porosity and the water optic studies also like another set of like characteristics to assess what is the water permeability nature of that particular membrane. So these studies were like performing by using this W1, W2. W1 means like that is the wet membrane weight. W2 is the dry membrane weight. So first like the membrane like small pieces like the proper sizes cutting into small pieces, then like dipping into the water for 24 hours. Then after that taking the wet weight. Then after that again keeping again for 1 day for dry in the normal oven. Then after that again taking the dry weight. Then substituting the values in the respected formulas, porosity and water uptake. Then calculating what is the porosity and water uptake study. These are the like just like mathematical calculations. These are, but for to measure the porosity exactly, some like now newly like some new instruments were introduced. So with that, like we can just say with the instrument without doing any of these calculations, we can see like what is the porous pore size of that particular membrane. So next, going for this scanning electron microscope. The membrane was like carefully cut into cross sections by in the environment of this liquid nitrogen. Then after that, going for this scanning electron microscope studies. So here we can see that the finger-like projections, they are continuously there from 0 to the first membrane. You can notice in that yellow color highlighter. So from 0 to first membrane, first to second, third, continuously the enhancement it is happening. So it is like a good sign for the improvement of this permeability. So with the permeability test was like performed. So with that also we can be noticed from 0 to third membrane nearly like a 175 to 500 liters per meter square per hour it was reached. Means it was continuously enhancement in this. So next is the anti-fouling study. So in anti-fouling study it can be said that in first step we are like performing with that is with the but here like anti-fouling study is completely performed with the same membrane only. So in first the 4 values they will be like indicated that that is the test was like performed with the pure water. Then in second step it was like performed with the protein solution. So while doing the protein solution, what will happen? There will be like they will be close the surface pores completely. So due to that water it can't be like pass through on the membrane surface. So that's why the permeability is like very less. After that again with 20 minutes again we are going for the continuous washing of the same membrane under the normal water flow. After that once again we are performing the same water pure water, again water flux we are performing, then substituting the values. So the purpose of this anti-fouling studies is to calculate the flux recovery ratio. Means like what is the flux reversible fouling and what is the irreversible fouling of that particular membrane. All those things can be calculated. So next in final step going for the main application is like in with the BIUCL loaded activated charcoal we planned that is like oil water separation. So this is like oil water the samples were collected from the Malaysian seashore area. So the water in this we used that a cross flow filtration in it. In this what is happening? The oil droplets like they are depositing on the membrane surface only due to the absorption efficacy of this BIUCL loaded activated charcoal. So then only the water can be like a permeator. Then after that again the difference was like adjusted by using this TOC. Then finally the results were reported. So in the results like here totally two types of different oils were used. One is the diesel fuel, another is crude oil. So with the diesel fuel with a higher additive membrane, it was showed that nearly 80% rejection, and with crude oil it was showed like above 90% rejection. So next further papers also like the same like this only, but instead of that flat sheet membrane, in this like it was used that is the hollow fiber membrane in this prepared. So in this the additive is ZSM5 nanoparticles were used in this. So in this also like totally four types of membranes were prepared, and same the after the preparation of that membrane in the hollow fiber also the inserted ZSM5 nanoparticles are like a particularly they were dispersed and those things confirmed by using energy dispersive spectroscopy. Again, so this is the hollow fiber membrane cross-sectional images. So this is like a very interesting study. So even we can see that the size is like within 426 actually. It is means like the outer diameter is just 426 micrometers. Means it's like a very small actually. But like we should be like a very careful. If you are losing some like a little force with your fingers, then also the pore morphologies, that will be like affected. Then immediately the permeability that so it will be affected. So in the cross section studies, from PZ0 to PZ3 membrane continuously the pores are like continuously they are increasing. We can see that clearly with yellow color highlighting. Again, next went for the contact angle studies. So with contact angle studies also like a continuous enhancement, you can see that that's a hydrophilic nature, as well as this with the pure water flux and with anti-fouling studies also, and porosity water uptake studies. So this is the graphical representation of this like how the rejection is happening within the membrane module. So the contaminants there will be like a deposit like a absorbed by the effect of this particular nano additive, then only the water can be like go inside that, then it can be like collected from another side. So in this totally planned two types of rejection studies. One is protein rejection, another is heavy metal rejection. Dye rejection. So in protein rejection, egg albumin and BSA molecules were used. So with egg albumin, it was observed like more than 90%. With BSA, it was like near to like 100%. It is means the rejection is like a very good. Means the particular the nano additive is like a very good. It is like a working to that particular polymer. So next is the dye rejection. So with the dye rejection, also two types of different dyes were like dyes were selected. That one is a reactive orange, another is a reactive black 5. So with that, like while doing from 0 to third membrane, we can see that the color is like continuously disappearing. Means the membrane is like absorbing very necessary. Due to that, even the color is disappearing. So these are the like conclusions. Means the membranes were fabricated then going for the application study. With the reactive dyes, it was showed like above 90%. With the reactive black, it is above 82%. So in third work. In third research work, like we went for this multi-wall carbon nanotubes. No? So these are the scanning electron images of this multi-wall carbon nanotubes. Then after that, again once again prepared the same four membranes totally. This is the, like a flat sheet membrane study. This is again. So in this flat sheet membrane totally, these are the scanning electron output of that particular membrane. So these are the contact angle and porosity, water uptake, and anti-fouling studies, everything. So and this is the main application. In this, it was like a user that is the dead end filtration. So here, what is happening? So due to the pressure of this nitrogen cylinder, then from the feed reservoir, the solution it is like passing towards this membrane module. So on the membrane surface, the contaminants can be like removable. They will be like absorbing. Then from the permeate, it is connecting. It is collecting the like a permeate solution. So here the usage of this magnetic stirrer particularly used to decrease the concentration polarization of the particular membrane surface. So after the permeation studies, again we are substituting the concentration of feed and permeate values in the specific formula, then calculating what is the how the rejection is happening. So here we can see that with the lead, the rejection is higher than this cadmium and mercury. Then after that, the it's like in ascending order, it is like with cadmium, it was like absorbed more. Then after that, mercury. After that, sorry, first is cadmium. Then after that, mercury. After that, cadmium. It was sure the better rejection. So in this chapter, again prepared hollow fiber membranes by using this thin oxide nanoparticles. So thin oxide nanoparticles, the range like between like less than 60 nanometers. Then again, by using the different membrane compositions, totally 4 types of membranes were fabricated. So these are the like a membrane cross-section studies. So them, it was like it was confirmed that the nanoparticles was like dispersed properly. Then these are the cross-sectional images. Next, going for the contact angle study. Contact angle also it was showed like a good results. Means like continuous enhancement with structural hydrophilic nature and with the porosity macroscopic studies also continuous enhancement is happening. And in this like another extra 2 studies were performed. Another one is ASM, another is MWQ studies. So atomic force microscopy. So with this we can able to observe what is the surface roughness of the particular prepared membrane. So from 0 to third membrane is equal. The continuation of the surface roughness is continuously increasing from 0 to third membrane. It means this is just a good sign for the enhancement of the particular membrane permeability property. Then as well as this molecular weight cutoff study means like the prepared membrane belongs to like a which category? Either like it is like a reverse osmosis, nanofiltration, ultrafiltration, microfiltration. So those things can be identified by using this molecular weight cutoff study. So in our observation, we noticed that the prepared membrane belongs to ultrafiltration category. So these are the same like earlier pure water flux as well as antifouling studies. So this is a graphical representation of how the cross-flow filtration it will be go within the membrane material. So the reactor, the dimolecule, they will be like absorbed on the membrane surface. So only the water can be entered inside. Then from another side, the permeate can be come outside. So here with the RB5, it was noticed reactive block 5 dye. With that, it was noticed that above 94% with the higher additive membrane. With the RBO membrane, it was noticed that up to 73% only. So then finally, I'm coming for the conclusion. So now I'm saying about my institute. Hello, is it audible, right? Hello.
You're audible, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So now I'm going to like say about my. Actually, it's a central government institute. It is institute is having like national importance under government of India. It's under Department of Science and Technology. So in this institute, totally like they are like mainly focusing on this medical research only. This is having totally 3 wings. One is main hospital wing. So in hospital wing also like mainly only cardiology as well as neurology research is mainly they are focusing. And next is the Achtamina Center for Health Sciences and Studies. So in this they are concentrating on this like academic studies means like for a DM or MD as well as a PhD and postdoctoral fellowships and some diploma related like medical related diploma courses. So it's like a study center. It is totally means they are continuing completely like education related things as well as biomedical technology wing. So this is especially like established only for the research purpose. And in this only the research is happening. In this all the scientists and the technical staff as well as scientific staff it will be there. So they will be like continuing this like a biomedical related work. So in that biomedical. So now currently I was placed in this biomedical technology wing. So here inside you can see that it's like look like palace like. So that is the main like head of the department that is office. So in this totally 4 departments. So one is applied biology and biometrical science and technology, and one is quality management. Another is medical device engineering. So now currently I was placed as a technical assistant as for an specific instrumentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir, but you have got only 5 minutes left for your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes is enough to me actually.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So in this first is the electrospinning. This is one of the instrument to fabricate the electrospun membranes. Means like a nano. It's the membranes can be fabricated like in nano level totally. So another is this is the like actually this is the like mainly like medical device in medical device related department. This is so that's why in this like a particular first the polymer was choosing. Then after that they are like by using this by proper mixing. by like a different polymers, like they are mixing by using this proper instrument. So this Brabender plastograph instrument, this is for like a for polymer mixing. Then after that, this is like another instrument, that is the injection molding unit. So with this, like we can be like prepare like a different types of uh, like polymers, means like polymer devices we can be prepared. Then after that, we can go for the further characterization technique. So in characterization, that is one is a universal testing machine. So with this, we can able to perform the tensile strength as well as compression test and shear strength as well as flexural strength. So these are like a different type of like samples we can just see there. So in the 3-point bending, flexural strength 3-point bending test, there we can see that like normally the bone samples can be like we can see what is the like a mechanical strength of that particular bone, as well as here in this side another picture is there. So there we can see the broken things that they are like a joined by using this some coupling agent is there actually there. So then like it can be like useful to like identify what is the strength of that particular coupling agent. So these are the like some of the instruments, as well as this is like a newly arrived another instrument. This is nearly more than 7 years old. It is purlin coating. Means like the prepared material, this is normally just preparing the one material. To that material, we have to give some like a bioactivity. So for that, we have to give some coating. So for the coating process, this work. So that is called as like purlin coating. So in this like especially the purlin dimer like we were using. So here what is happening after keeping the sample inside this chamber, that is like a number 4. So in that, after keeping that here, what is happening? The dimer, I inserted the dimer. It is like a converting into monomer. Then after the converting into monomer, then it is like a depositing on the particular that I placed material in like all sides, like a with like a in equal portion, equal portions. It will be like dispersed on the membrane, dispersed on that particular material. Then after that, going for this some bioactive studies. So here the reason behind this like a working principle is like a chemical vapor deposition. So then finally then I have to like acknowledgement to my like research guide, Professor Arun Islu, as well as Director of this NIT Karnataka and my collaborator at University of Technology Malaysia, Professor Ahmad Saudi Ismail, and my colleagues as well as the Director of current CPI University Karnataka. And thanks to Department of Science and Technology and to all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request you all to post your queries, questions in chat box.
Ma'am, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, thank you very much. So your talk was very, very effective and you've done a lot of research in that field. Congratulations for that, sir.
Yeah,
So I have a very general question, sir. So
Okay.
nowadays we are getting activated charcoal jugs or pitchers which claim that if you pour water and instantly the water coming down is purified and safe for drinking, sir. So what is your comment on this?
Means it's from any company it is coming, particularly
Yes,
this
sir.
activated charcoal?
It is available nowadays from many companies. It is just a simple jug with some candle inside with activated charcoal, sir. So if you pour water and it instantly purifies the water, sir. So how much would that water be pure and safe for drinking, sir?
See how much means then like water quality we can't be say that that is like depends on like how much water you are pouring. It means like which water you are pouring. If suppose like normally from like a municipality water if you take means like in government. So the municipality water like when it is like passing through the like pipes like everything like then it will be like a lot of the like contaminants can be like added into that water. So that's why. So then if you do the like a contamination, if you do the like a filtration that time by using this activated charcoal, so then the filtration quality like you can be access like up to like a 70% like that, more than 70%. Otherwise, there's a normally just in like a tap water like we are which one we are getting like from bore wells those things. So if you do that means that water will be like a more than 90% you will be like a get because the water is like automatically the water is like coming from the bore wells. So while coming itself from the land itself, then it will be like absorb like a lot of the contaminants there. Then like almost the purified water is just like coming. So that's like in like our olden days like they were like suggesting that like a borewell water is like a very good for this. But in this like what is happening here with the activated charcoal to the charcoal actually normally we can be good at charcoal. So after that, they were in industrial, they were adding some chemicals to that. It is activating. It's they were giving some extra chemicals effect. So due to that, they are converting into activated charcoal. Again, they are going for this filtration study. Means here indirectly the chemical exposure will be there here with the activated charcoal, but with the normal charcoal it won't be there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us in depth. So you explained the concept of nanotechnology, water purification, and advantages of membrane technology very well.
Yes.
I'm sure our participants must have benefited from this. Thank you once again for a wonderful and informative session. Now I handed over the session to Professor Anandita Kundu, Joint Organizing Secretary, Icamt 2020, for valedictory ceremony. Ma'am, please take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the speakers for sharing their expertise with us. We took note with a great interest of your valuable interventions. Now, we come to our valedictory session. First of all, I request Dr. Sudhanshu Patra, who was the chairperson for Day 1 technical session, to share his aspects about ICAMT 2020. Sir, please. Sudhanshu, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you are able to. Yeah. So first, I should congratulate to all the organizing committee. Very nicely they have organized the things. And for the technical session, many papers has been received. And I am glad to know that in this conference, many BTech students have also participated and sent their paper and presented their paper. It is very nice from the early stage of their career they have started research. And in the technical session, the first winner is Professor C. Subha, and the second winner is Mr. Madhusudan Rao. Thank you.
Rosina, ma'am, please display the result.
Yes, for the technical session, I have announced the names. The first winner is Professor C. Subha, and the second winner is Mr. Madhusudan Rao. Thank you.
Sudhanshu, kindly please announce the winner for management also.
Yeah, for the management session, the first winner is Professor Mayuddin, and the second winner is Mr. Anand Lokhande. Yeah, the second winner is Mr. Anand Lokhande. Okay, we should congratulate them. There are two winners from the technical session and two winners from the management session. So congratulations to all the winners and all the other participants. Your papers was also very good, but as we have to select only two winners in the inla session, but your papers, all the papers were excellent. And since many students, many participants are from BTech and started their research, it is very good to continue with the same speed, same pace. So it will definitely will bring your career to a upper height. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Devendra Ramteke, Chairperson for Day 1 Management Session, to share his views about the International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology 2020. Devendra sir, please.
I'm audible? Visible?
Yes, sir. Sir, your video is not visible, but you are audible.
I'm trying to open my camera, but it's not. Now I think I'm visible also. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, very warm good afternoon to everyone. Respected Chairman and Patron of the conference, Mr. Sunil Raisoni. Respected Shreyas Raisoni. Principal of SRWC, Amina Ali ma'am. And Director of GHRSBM, Dr. Sophia Ansari. And respected delegates, participants, and researchers. It was a fabulous experience and really wonderful to be the part of this international conference and very well organized by the organizers. I congratulate everyone. Really, because this is very inspiring and we have learned a lot of things in this last 2 days. It is something big bonanza of knowledge from all the areas, from chemistry, technology, and you can say of artificial intelligence, you talk of a machine language, you talk of various areas, and we have enriched in this particular these 2 days. It is in the beginning on inaugural session, our chairman emphasized on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and reinvention of own self and learn new things. He also said the participants should take all benefit of it, and all students should get benefited of this entire 2 days conference. The inaugural speech of Mr. Vinit Goenka was very good. He also said there was the opportunity and threats of the digital age, uses of IT supports development of India. He also talked about great farmlands and then taking this technology to the railways and reduction of gap between lab to land, all which was very beautiful said. That he said the big capital market and land like mediators to make a powerful country to enhance apps development program. And he was concentrating on making an app, and we should teach our students how to make an app and all in the coming time. So this was a learning from first session. Then Mr. Shrikant Dev, a wonderful presentation on innovation. He talks a lot about innovation, very new things we have learned. It's a beautiful, fabulous thing. He said about the innovation thinking is different at a higher level, complete transformation in sector of industry, and he also merged the management and technology together. Without management, technology is incomplete, and without technology, management is incomplete. So today what we are doing a right thing, advancement in management and technology. It's a fabulous, over the day, Sajid Deshmukh, Mr. also said very well about the misinformation in creating fake news and rumors and morphed images, everything, and really it was enriching session. In the paper presentation of a management, we have 11 participants. All papers were very good. There were big tough competition in the presentation. We were given a hard work to evaluate the participant, and by only 1 mark we have able to give a first and second. The winner is having a 1 mark more than the runner-up. So the entire first day was very good. Till 6 o'clock we are listening all the papers, and we were putting a lot of interest in listening those people because very new things are going to come. We were listening from the participant and the researchers. Today it was very good session about Sabah Ali and your Tejasvi Jha and your Dr. Wakomul Vistari. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce properly the Thai name. Then we have Shekhar Nayak and all people who have participated today was very good and excellent. But this entire 2 days was big learning and all. But it is not a end of this conference. We have to take this conference at a higher level, and together we can take it at a higher level next time. And I think this is not a beginning for the taking conferences in a higher level. And here I stop and I say thank you to all the participants. And this is a great pleasure to speak on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have an industrial person from Wipro, Mr. Madhusudan Rao, with us. Sir was a participant of yesterday's paper presentation also. Sir, we want your industrial point of view for the conference. Mr. Madhusudan Rao.
Yeah, sure, madam. Thank you very much. So I have been in the GIS industry as well as the IT industry for the past 18 years. So we have been implementing various projects, and we've been interviewing various freshers and college grads and all. So we would like to say that there are a lot of emerging technologies coming up, and day to day the technology is evolving in a rapid, faster mode. Students need to learn it to that pace. Then only you will be in the market and you will survive in the industry. That's how it is being moving. So I suggest that students need to participate in such events, and these sessions were really helpful for them to choose their career path. And it was very delighted speakers who have been enlightening our students and during the sessions which we have been gone through, and it was very knowledgeful sessions and very learning sessions as well for everybody. And this would really help all the students as well as general people also to make their decisions in their lifestyles as well. So thank you very much. I'm happy to be as a participant, and it was a great memorable event and a session for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you are the second winner also.
Yeah, thank you. That's just what I heard. I've not expected that.
Sir. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, now I request all the panelists to kindly on your video. We want to take a photograph.
Sophia ma'am, please switch on your camera.
Madhusudan, sir?
Madam, just wait, Sophia madam is joining.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Amina ma'am, just wait for 2 minutes. Sophia madam is joining. She is there.
Yes. Yeah, I just asked her to switch on the camera because I can see her as one of the panelists.
Till then, I invite a faculty delegate, Professor Rachna Deshmukh, to share her views on the last 2 days of International Conference on Advance in Management and Technology 2020. Rachna ma'am, please. Vijay sir, please make Rachna ma'am as panelist. She is an attendee list.
Rachna ma'am, please start.
Yes, am I audible clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here I would like to share my feedback. A very good afternoon, everyone. I, Professor Rachna Deshmukh from GH Raisoni University, have been attending this conference thoroughly and enjoyed it each and every part. First of all, I would like to congratulate the winners of the conference. Few points I would like to put in is the conference was wonderfully organized. No technical issue hampered. It's freely flowing. I mean, it's free hampered. It's free flowing, which we really know that it's a very important part in any online activity. About presentation, most of the presentations were thorough research based and covered various areas of information technology and management, and hence very engaging. I particularly enjoyed the opening sessions of both the days from experts all around the globe, making this conference an international conference in real sense. Mr. Srikanth's presentation on innovation and Sarang Khadsai's presentation on cyber security and data privacy are worth mentioning here. They were literally very important, very informative, amazing, I would say. I do believe, I personally feel that it was worth attending the conference. I do believe that everyone attending must be satisfied with the outcome of the same, and I feel this could only become possible because of the organizers who put in their best to organize it in best possible manner. So I thank you so much for conducting such a quality research activity. It really taught us a lot. Looking forward for more such activities in near future. Thank you. Thank you, ICMT team. That's all from me.
Thank you, ma'am. Amina ma'am, can we take the group photo?
Samiha, Purnima, and Dr. Vora Kumar, I request you all to please switch on your video. Yeah.
Rachna ma'am, please on your camera.
Ma'am, can we just hold for a minute, please? I'll tell my people also to be there.
Yes, ma'am, we'll hold on. In the meanwhile, I think Shakti ma'am can...
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Now I handed over the session to Dr. Shakti Sharma, convener of International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology 2020, for vote of thanks. Shakti ma'am, please.
Shakti ma'am, unmute yourself, please.
I've done, ma'am.
A very warm welcome to all present dignitaries here. Honorable Chairman of Raisoni Group of Institutions, Mr. Sunil Raisoni, sir, most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. In these 2 days of International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology, co-hosted by Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, GH Raisoni School of Business Management, and Mazadan International Research Academy, we were surrounded with galaxy of eminent faculties of information technology and management.
The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues, seniors, and working enthusiastic team who made it a great success. We extend our thanks to the chairman of Raisoni Group of Institutions and chief patron of conference, Mr. Sunil Raisoni sir, for believing in us and motivating us to always move ahead. We thank the patron of our conference and executive director, Raisoni Group of Institutions, Mr. Shreyas Raisoni sir, for his support. I, on behalf of entire organizing team of ICAMT 2020, propose a vote of thanks to all those who have contributed in making this event an academic feast. We are extremely grateful to Mr. Vineet Goenka, a renowned author and national co-convener of Bharatiya Janata Party Information Technology Cell, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest at the inaugural ceremony. Sir, in spite of his busy schedule, has graciously accepted to be our guest and deliver the keynote address. We extend a gratitude towards Dr. Shrikant Deo sir, Assistant Vice President, Innovations at Reliance Industries Limited. We are enlightened with his words of wisdom. It will be of great help to our budding IT and management professionals. We are fortunate to have renowned speakers, and we extend a very hearty thanks to all speakers for gracing the event and sharing with us their findings and opinions. The conference witnessed latest evidence-based knowledge in the area of advanced internet security, data analytics, and natural language processing. A warm thanks to the eminent speakers, Mr. Sajid Deshmukh, Mr. Sarang Katset, Ms. Tejaswi Jha, Ms. Saba Ali, Dr. Volkammar Vistri, Dr. M.C. Shekhar Nayak. Your presence has made this conference an academic excellence. We extend a warm thanks to the chairperson of research paper presentation session, Dr. Sudhanshu Patra, Dr. Gopal Sakharkar, Dr. Mohammad Avesh, Dr. Bilal Ahmed, Professor Suruchi Pimple, Dr. Sophia Ansari, and Dr. Devendra Ramteke for their critical analysis of research papers and corrective suggestions for the students. No event is successful without the dedicated team and advisory bodies. We thank our advisory body members for their untiring support and suggestions in planning this conference. A special thanks is due to Dr. Nitin Gode sir for his support and guidance. A special thanks is also due to Dr. Sudhanshu Patra, Dr. Manjul Korkar, Dr. Sachin Uthavle, Dr. Vivek Kapoor for guiding the organizing committee for efficient planning and execution of conference. I thank our chair, Professor Amina Wali and Dr. Sophia Ansari for their able guidance and motivation. A special thanks is also due to Ms. Zainab Naz, Coordinator, Mazadan Institute, for her efficient handling of research publications. Ladies and gentlemen, this being an online conference, the role of IT department is most valuable. I want to extend my generous thanks to the entire team of IT department of Raisoni Group of Institutions. A special thanks to Mr. William Balpande, Head IT Department, and his efficient team, including Mr. Sudhir Kerai, Mr. Anish Gajbiye, for flawless conduct of online conference and its live broadcast on Facebook. A special thanks is due to the Public Relations Department of RGI, Mr. Amit Gandhare, Head PR Department, and his team, Mr. Abhijit, Mr. Rishi Gajbiye, and Siddharth Wahane, for promotion and coverage of conference on electronic and print media. No event is planned in a day, and it takes days of planning and untiring efforts for the organizing committee. We extend our thanks to organizing committee and staff members of Sadabha Raisoni Women's College, G.H. Raisoni School of Business Management, and Mazadan International Research Academy for the efficient planning and execution, which has made this conference a grand success. A big thanks of you to Master of Ceremony for lively conducting the program. I really cannot thank enough to all our lovely, wonderful participants for gracing the occasion and making it great success. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Thank you, Shakti ma'am. Thank you, everyone. There's an announcement. The link of the feedback forms will be on the website of ICAMT 2020. Please write the names that you want on the certificate. You will receive your certificate by Tuesday on your given mail ID. The journal proceeding will be published within 15 days at the Mazdan Digital Library. Now, can I take the photos?
Can we have all the cameras on? Nikita Jain, Pankaja Kotmare, Vikas Rai, Rachna Deshmukh, Sophia ma'am.
Madam, I just wanted to say something. Can I?
Sure, ma'am. Sure,
Yes,
ma'am. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to, as vote of thanks, I just wanted to add one name, and it is none other than Dr. Shakti Sharma. Thank you, madam, for everything. You have done a good handle the entire session. Let it be the inaugural, let it be the valedictory part. Thanks a lot, madam. This vote of
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm overwhelmed, ma'am, today.
Thank you, madam, for this fabulous job of yours.
The photo session is done, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you very
I request everyone to please stand for national anthem. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
All students, please wait a second for attendance. All students, please mark your attendance.